This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 100. Has another 100 centuries passed? Furukawa opened his eyes, and the depths of his pupils seemed to contain countless runes flowing, exuding an unfathomable aura, and an uncontrollable, terrifying mana permeated from his original ancient snake body. Although this 100 era within this period, the mana in his body did not grow, and the body of the original ancient snake did not grow, but the progress he made was much greater than before. At this moment, in the depths of his consciousness, afoot floated there a total of 1.08 million law runes, and each law rune is like a chaotic sphere, spinning. Vaguely, these law runes are almost all-encompassing, containing the law of thunder, the law of wind, and the law of earth. The law of light, the law of darkness, the law of curse, the law of destruction, the law of destruction, the law of devouring, the law of cause and effect, etc. These are the law runes that Furukawa recorded from many previous demons. After 100 epochs, he finally fully understood these laws. Finally, the information of these laws condensed on him, forming runes of laws. Originally, if he needed to fully understand these laws, it would have taken Furukawa at least eons of time, but with the assistance of the light of merit from the origin of chaos, he continued to deduce the chaos bagua technique, saving a lot of time for comprehension. Therefore, he was able to fully understand and even master these laws in a mere 100 years. But because of this, most of the light of merit gained from the last sermon was consumed by him at this moment. But Furukawa didn't feel much heartache, but was extremely excited. Because thanks to these law runes, Furukawa has a clear understanding of various laws. His level of understanding has almost reached the limit of the quasi-sage level, which is also the limit of the law. It can be said that he is only one step away from reaching the realm of a saint, and he can transform his understanding of the law into a great way. And understanding a great way is the sign of becoming a saint. Mastering the Tao and mastering the laws are completely different realms. If the power of mastering the laws is scattered, then mastering the Tao means condensing all the powers of the laws into one, and the power and power that can be exerted are all they are not the same. If I have to use an analogy, it is that the quasi-sage who masters the law is a small river, and the sage who masters the road is the sea where countless rivers gather together and finally form. It can be imagined that the saint and the quasi-sage are different. The gap between saints is simply beyond description in words. Even in later generations, only 3,000 gods and demons among the millions of gods and demons who can master the Tao will eventually become gods and demons, including Pangu. Therefore, becoming a saint is very important. It is also an extremely difficult thing for a demon god. If there is no chance, it will be difficult to break through in this life. This is the limit of ordinary demon gods. I am just one step away from entering the realm of a saint. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. After 100 years of rapid progress, he has almost completely understood most of the laws and has reached the end of the laws. If he were an ordinary demon, he would have tried to reach the realm of a saint long ago. But the difference is that the accumulation of too much money makes it difficult for him to break through. In other words, it is dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult to break through than other demon gods. In fact, the same is true for Pangu. The reason why Pangu has not been born yet is that because Pangu has accumulated a lot of money and has been gestating in the chaotic green lotus, it takes a long time to accumulate before he can finally be born. In the same way, if Furukawa wants to break through to the realm of a saint, he also needs an opportunity. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Just let nature take its course. It's almost time to start the second sermon now. It didn't take long for Furukawa to give up thinking about these things for the time being. It would be better to just let nature take its course when it comes to cultivation. The more he thinks about it, the more he will get into trouble and the more he will not know what to do. Boom, his spiritual consciousness after sweeping across Chaos City, I instantly found that Chaos City has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the first sermon. First of all, The number of gods and demons has increased by more than 10 times. Apparently, the first sermon spread going out made many demon gods in Chaos know about it, and countless demon gods came here to enter Chaos City. Those demon gods who suspected that this was a trap also abandoned their doubts and went to Chaos City one after another, which is why Chaos City is at this moment such a prosperous scene. Secondly, the originally empty Chaos City, under the construction of these demon gods, actually appeared one after another, either shops or residences. Vaguely, there were already the atmosphere of a city was revealed. Many demon gods were trading freely in Chaos City and even discussing cultivation knowledge with each other. It was very lively. Such free evolution made Furukawa feel extremely excited. He felt that the connection between himself and many demon gods was also it became even closer, and countless lines of cause and effect also extended to these demons, generating powerful force of cause and effect. This also made the law of cause and effect on him even more powerful. Well, it's time for the second sermon. Seeing more and more gods and demons appearing in Chaos City, Furukawa was very satisfied. He felt that this sermon could also bring great benefits to him.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, Furukawa suddenly emerged from chaos. The central dojo in the city flew out and towered over the Chaos City. From a high position, a pair of eyes that knew all things swept across many demon gods. He said, "The second sermon begins now." Rumble. These big words are like jade words, forming the sound of the Great Road, which resonates with the origin of chaos. Circles of invisible chaos fluctuations sweep across all directions and are transmitted into the depths of the sea of consciousness of every demon god. It seems that listening when they see the meaning of such a great road, they all have a feeling of enlightenment on the spot, and the closer they are, the greater the benefits they get. Therefore, countless demons want to get as close as possible to the place where Furukawa preaches. It has begun. 100 years have passed, and the second sermon is finally about to begin. I missed it last time, I won't miss it this time. This time, all the contents of the Chaos City Lord must be recorded. This may be the way to enlightenment. At this moment, no matter what the demon gods were doing, they immediately put down the work at hand. The demon gods who had been in seclusion also came out of seclusion in an instant and approached the central dojo, where Furukawa was. They could not wait and quickly arrived at the center, the place where the dojo is located. For a moment, the heads of people are shaking and billions of demon gods have gathered. Fortunately, these demon gods have arrived in human form. If they were based on their original bodies, it is estimated that the central dojo cannot accommodate so many demon gods. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 101. Furukawa did not wait for these demon gods to be ready and immediately started speaking. Traveling in the Tao and living alone in deep solitude, nourishing life and guarding nothingness, being tranquil and enjoying yourself. Why think about it? The wings are already straight and sparse. The long-term vision is flying away. The 5 elements are different and have the same root. The 3 and 5 are one and the same. Who can fight against the sun and the moon together? Holding the jade, holding the pearl, and the child's room, the child can guard all things and hold on to what he has without losing it, even if he wants to survive. He enters the golden chamber. The sun rises, and the big moon is my way. The 7 heavens and the earth guard each other 3 times. The ascending, descending, advancing, and retreating are combined for a long time. The jade is my treasure. The soul desires to ascend to heaven, and the soul enters the abyss, and the soul returns to the soul in a natural way. The concubine is knotted with pearls to solidify the spiritual root and jade. The golden key body is complete and strong. It is carried on the earth and hangs in the sky and around the universe. The image is as red as a boat in 4 seasons. It leans forward and backward to rank its gates. Choose to return the elixir and Xianxia. The elephant turtle leads the energy to the spiritual root. There is a real person wearing a golden scarf, wearing armor and holding a talisman to open the 7 doors. This is not a support leaf, but actually a root. The hero uses the sun and the moon as pearls. Long live Zhao Zhao. There is no time limit. the three yang things on the outside come naturally, and the three gods on the inside can live forever. In an instant, these words were spoken in the language of gods and demons. Each sentence was exquisite and meaningful. It seemed to have resonated with the origin of chaos, making it buzz. And these words turned into chaos runes, suspended in the air, blooming with infinite golden light, and seemed to turn into pieces of supreme Taoist scriptures. With Chaos City as the center, chaotic vortices were created in a radius of tens of thousands of light years, and endless chaotic air currents surged in, infusing every corner of Chaos City. This also makes the chaotic energy in Chaos City dozens of times, hundreds of times more dense than other places. Every demon god is swallowing the chaotic airflow, and the cultivation efficiency is increased by tens to hundreds of times. This sermon describes how Furukawa comprehends the laws of the universe, blends his body with heaven and earth, and blends his soul with chaos. He describes the supreme principle that man follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. This kind of content is more than 100 times more difficult than the first sermon. The previous ones were only basic content, equivalent to basic courses such as elementary school, junior high school, etc., but now they can be regarded as high school or even university content, and are no longer understandable by ordinary demons. Especially some demon gods who had just come to Chaos City. They had not even heard the first sermon. How could they understand the content of the second sermon? They were all confused, scratching their heads, and at a loss. Obviously, they know that this is telling something very important, but they get nothing. But even so, they are trying hard to write it down, hoping to understand it in the future. However, these profound knowledge are just right for those high-level demon gods. They are like thunder, and every sentence makes them suddenly enlightened and bow their heads frequently. So that's it. Is this the way to understand the original law of chaos? A high-level demon god suddenly realized, and he was extremely excited. Before, they were ignorant of the original law of chaos and relied on instinct. But they did not expect that there is an effective method. This is simply opening the door. Opened up a new world and made them enlightened. Tao follows nature, and the soul blends with heaven and earth. A high-level demon god was ecstatic. He clearly understood the way to understand the original laws. The method was very simple, that is, to integrate his soul into the origin of chaos, communicate with the origin of chaos, and make the laws in his body resonate with the laws in chaos. They can even resonate and verify each other. The more resonance there is, the more laws you have mastered. Only when the resonance frequency of the law reaches 100% does it prove that you have completely mastered this law. In the past, when it understood the patterns of laws in the body, it relied entirely on instinct, relying on the improvement of cultivation, and it would naturally improve. However, in this way, the efficiency was extremely low. And not only was the efficiency low, it was also difficult to achieve perfect understanding of the laws.
Realm.
After reaching the quasi-sage realm, the speed of comprehending the laws has slowed down. Just like studying for a test, the full score is 100 points. It is easy to progress from 30 points to 70 points, but if you want to progress from 90 points if you reach 100%, it will be incredibly difficult. Sometimes even to improve by a few points, you have to work harder than before. The problem is that if you want to become a saint, you must fully understand the laws in your body. Only in this way, in order to transform the laws in the body, form the Great Avenue, and control the laws of the Great Avenue. If you do not fully understand the laws in your body, you will be trapped in the quasi-sage realm for the rest of your life, and you will never be able to break through. Whoosh whoosh. One statue, the high-ranking demon gods all sat cross-legged, and they had an epiphany. It seemed that countless laws of information were diffused from them, forming countless law runes. Vaguely, these demon gods were filled with tyrannical realms of laws, covering the surrounding area. It seems that at this moment, the lines of laws in the bodies of these demon gods resonated with the various laws of the origin of chaos. Suddenly, the sky was full of flowers, and the laws were shaking. Countless lines of laws appeared from them, seeming to form a huge sphere of laws, which combined the laws of these demon gods. The body is completely wrapped, exuding an unfathomable aura. At this moment, while Furukawa was preaching, he was also sensing all the gods and demons in the entire Chaos City. The Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of his consciousness continued to engrave the patterns of laws on these demons. Whoosh whoosh. As time went by, stars of laws emerged from the depths of his sea of consciousness, lighting up continuously. These were the messages of laws recorded from the demon gods. It seemed that at this moment, in the depths of the sea of his consciousness, there were countless law stars floating, shining with the dazzling light of law. It didn't take long for Furukawa to record many of the laws and messages on these new demon gods, and there were countless more laws and scriptures in the depths of his consciousness. It seems that these law scriptures record the infinite mysteries of the laws of chaos. If these laws and scriptures appear in later generations, they will definitely make countless immortals crazy about them. These are the scriptures that guide the immortals to enter the supreme road. Every law and Taoist scripture is enough to cause chaos and bloodshed. At this moment, Furukawa's heart was shocked. He felt that the chaotic phenomenon appeared again in the sky above Chaos City, and a huge whirlpool black hole appeared. With Chaos City as the center, the chaotic airflow with a radius of hundreds of thousands of light years was boiling, rushing towards Chaos City crazily, instilling in every corner of Chaos City. When he looked up, he immediately saw huge light pillars projected from the depths of the black hole formed by the chaotic airflow, and such light pillars, it is the light of merit. No way, there is still the light of merit. Was this given in several installments? Furukawa blinked his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. He originally thought that the first sermon would have merit, but he didn't expect that the second time would have merit. It was even greater than the first time. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 102.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the huge light of the origin of chaos came down, instilled in Furukawa's original ancient snake body, and was absorbed crazily by his body. However, most of the light of merit is still stored in the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness. The endless light of merit seems to be condensed into a golden sun, emitting golden light all the time. Feeling the light of such merit, he found that he seemed to be able to advance to the realm of a saint at any time. However, at this moment, he had not yet perfected his cultivation, so he still suppressed the urge to break through. With so much light of merit, it seems that promotion to the realm of saint is almost certain. To be honest, even if Furukawa's laws have reached the state of perfection, if he wants to hit the realm of saints, he will still need a huge accumulation of mana to succeed. Such accumulation may take hundreds of millions of epochs to achieve. But with these after the light of merit, there is no need for hard work over time. A ray of such light of chaotic origin merit is enough to compare with his decades of practice. The energy contained in so many lights of merit added up is simply terrifying.
Dead.
Well, Chaos City also has the light of merit. Furukawa blinked his eyes, and he found that the Chaos City he had refined was now bathed in the golden light of merit, and the entire city was blooming with golden light. Under his spiritual perception, the Chaos City seemed to come to life. Generally, it has transformed into a complete life. It is breathing, greedily devouring the rays of light of merit that fall on it. As the light of merit merges into Chaos City itself has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the material of Chaos City itself is refined from various precious ores collected by Furukawa from around Chaos Void. It is a powerful magic weapon in itself and indestructible. But after swallowing the light of merit, although the material of its city there has been no change, but the density of each material has increased by more than 1,000 times. This has also made the entire city extremely strong. If the quasi-holy level demon god had hit it with all his strength, it might have caused cracks in Chaos City, but there is no way now. Even if the quasi-saint level demon god tries his best, it is difficult to destroy Chaos City. Secondly, the walls, ground, various buildings and other places of Chaos City are covered with dense merit runes. These merits runes are engraved on the surface of Chaos City, causing powerful restrictive forces to be generated in all directions of Chaos City. If ordinary magical powers attack Chaos City, they will be swallowed up and absorbed by these restrictive formations in an instant, and will be completely resolved. It seems to have reached a state of invulnerability. With the restrictions formed by these merit runes, not only the quasi-sages cannot harm Chaos City, but even the demon gods who reach the saint level in the future will not be able to cause much harm to Chaos City. These merits' unique chaos runes also emerged deep inside the runes, seemingly showing the message of the swastika. The Buddhist swastika? Furukawa suddenly remembered the representative symbol of Buddhism, that is, the swastika. This symbol represents infinity, seems to symbolize the infinity of the universe, and contains unfathomable power. However, this swastika symbol was not invented by Buddhism. It is a symbol of chaos that exists in chaos itself. It was only invented and popularized by Buddhist saints and became familiar to the world. Interesting, is this the real secret of Buddhist practice? Do good deeds and accumulate merit. At this moment, Furukawa suddenly understood the infinite mystery of Buddhist practices in later generations. People in Buddhism do everything for merit because they understand the mystery of merit runes and know how to use the power of merit. Therefore, Buddhism isn't only in future generations will you be able to achieve success, gain many merits, be recognized by the origin of the world, and be recognized by the origin of chaos. You will have great luck, and everything you do will go smoothly. Some people hate Buddhism. They think that Buddhism has strict rules and precepts and forces others to believe in Buddhism. Extremely aggressive. But the reason why I think this way is just because I am not a Buddha. If I were a Buddha, I would recognize Buddhist practices everywhere, even as a matter of course. This is like many people hating rich people, but he doesn't hate being a rich man. In fact, when he has such emotions, he is still envy, jealousy, and hate deep in his heart. But what shocks Furukawa even more is the change in the nature of Chaos City. It seems that it has undergone further transformation. Deep inside the city, the weapon spirit was born. The weapon spirit of Chaos City. Furukawa was amazed. He sensed a golden sphere emerging deep inside Chaos City, like the sun, emitting soft golden light. And this golden sphere was the weapon spirit of Chaos City, producing a unique soul. Fluctuations. At the same time, he also felt that his soul had a soul connection with Chaos City. It was extremely close. He could sense any emotions and thoughts of Chaos City's weapon spirit at any time. No wonder the light of merit descended on Chaos City. Is this because it gave birth to a weapon spirit? Furukawa suddenly realized. If you really count it carefully, Chaos City should be the first powerful magic weapon forged by the devil in the chaos world, and it also gave birth to the existence of the weapon spirit. To be honest, this is already the creation of life. So Chaos the origin has given Chaos City wisps of light of merit, allowing the weapon spirits of Chaos City to be successfully conceived. Lord, Master. At this time, the weak brainwave fluctuations of the Chaos City's weapon spirit were transmitted to the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness, producing waves of dependence and intimacy. In fact, this Chaos City was created by Furukawa, and it naturally inherited it. Part of the knowledge in the body, and part of the soul energy. Well, you have just been born, so it is still not suitable to talk too much. Just continue to rest. In an instant, Furukawa transferred his spiritual consciousness to the Chaos City artifact spirit. At this moment, the Chaos City artifact spirit has just been born, just like a newborn baby. Even though it has far more power than ordinary demon gods, it has no control over everything in chaos. Still confused? If you want to survive in chaos like an ordinary demon, you still need a certain amount of time to grow and develop. Hearing these words, the Chaos City weapon spirit nodded obediently. In fact, it was also very tired. It seemed that just saying these words had consumed a lot of its energy. Soon it fell asleep, and fell into a deep sleep. While sleeping, I saw wisps of light of merit imbued in this huge golden ball of light, helping the Chaos City artifact spirit to grow rapidly, seemingly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Interesting. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He could sense the future potential of Chaos City. If everything goes well, it should be no less than Chaos Beads, Chaos Green Lotus, and other Chaos treasures in the future. Even though it was born the day after tomorrow, it still has powerful abilities.
Growth.
The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 103. Furukawa withdrew his gaze from the weapon spirits in Chaos City and continued to preach, chanting the meaning of subtle words. At this moment, dense chaos runes floated in the sky above Chaos City, seemingly forming a series of supreme scriptures, imprinted in the depths of chaos and unable to dissipate for a long time. After thoroughly understanding the law of sound, Furukawa's every word resonates with the avenue, forming a rhythm, turning into sound runes, and condensing into essence, which will produce incredible chaotic power. All the gods and demons who hear Furukawa's sermons will resonate with the voice of the avenue, be baptized from the inside out, and may even undergo a transformation. And the closer you are to the demon god of Furukawa, the greater the baptism you will receive. Rumble. I saw countless avenue notes pouring out from Furukawa's body in the depths of the void, and countless chaos notes falling from the void and scattered throughout Chaos City. Even with Furukawa's body as the center, it swept in all directions, forming layers of great sound waves, causing the blood of many demon gods to vibrate and boil. These avenue notes were integrated into these demon gods one after another, which actually made the demon gods' bloodline in them further refined, and countless chaos runes were integrated into them. It seems that these chaotic talisman cultures have been integrated into these demon gods for the purpose of writing supreme scriptures. Hateful. When the demon gods in the distance saw this scene, they were simply envious and jealous. If they had known that the benefits of getting closer to Furukawa were so great, they would have tried their best to get close to Furukawa. But now it's too late to say anything. This is the opportunity is gone if you miss it. And even if they sit farther away, although the benefits are not so great, they can still be regarded as being baptized by the sound of the avenue, generating resonance of laws, and washing their demonic bodies. It seems that such a sound of the avenue vibrates, resonates, and rumbles in their bodies, repels a large amount of impurities, and enhances the power of blood in their bodies. Some demon gods who were not particularly qualified originally have their qualifications greatly improved at this moment. The original qualifications, they are very good demon gods, and I feel that their talents have also improved a step further. Each demon god has received huge benefits and has been baptized by the sound of the avenue. In the blink of an eye, Furukawa's second sermon ended. He opened his all-knowing eyes and swept across every demon god in Chaos City. It seemed that nothing could hide from his eyes that could analyze all mysteries. Hearing the sound of the sermon disappear, many demons felt disappointed. They knew that the sermon was over, and they suddenly felt a lot of reluctance in their hearts. Because if we continue talking, their strength will probably get even better, even for quasi-holy level demon gods. This sermon is over. The next sermon will start 100 years later. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. Furukawa said calmly. He had already decided the time for his last sermon. His voice vibrated everywhere in Chaos City, reaching the depths of every demon god's consciousness. Finished? How could it be so fast? Why does it feel like just one breath has passed? Too fast. Time passed too fast. Some powerful demons are still not finished. To be honest, they are eager to continue listening because there are still many things that they have not understood and have not learned many things. Although a long time has passed since the second sermon, in their perception in the middle of it, it seemed like an instant, and time passed too quickly. They were eager for Furukawa to continue talking, but they did not dare to make any demands to Furukawa. After all, if they angered such a great supernatural person, they will regret it beyond measure. Moreover, the other party has already shared everything they know. How can they dare to say more unflattering words? I don't understand. Damn it, why can't I understand anything in this sermon? There was a demon god, scratching his head. He found that he couldn't understand what was said in the sermon because his level of cultivation was really too low. It was just a low-level demon god, so it would naturally be difficult for him to understand the second sermon. Content. Just like a primary school student, how can he understand university knowledge? Even if he sits here and listens carefully, it is like listening to a book from heaven. He is confused, and his days are like years, and he is extremely tormented. Yes, it is really difficult. Compared with the first sermon, it is countless times more difficult. Some demon gods sighed with emotion, showing a bitter look. Of course, they know how important this opportunity is. If they miss this opportunity, there will never be another one. But with their qualifications and cultivation levels there, they are helpless. Damn it, I just yawned just now. When I looked up, I couldn't understand what the Lord of Chaos City was saying. I was completely confused as to what he had said before. Some demons beat their feet and chests, regretting it endlessly. To be honest, it is impossible not to feel sleepy after preaching for such a long time, especially when hearing difficult content. If you cannot fall asleep, you are listening carefully. But even so, they were listening so carefully. It was just a distraction, or they lowered their heads to glance at the floor or yawned. Suddenly, they could not understand any of the following content. It seemed that just because of a delay of 1 second, the content was lost. There have been earth-shaking changes, and I can't keep up with the progress of the course at all. Every demon god is confused. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have yawned if I killed them, so now I can't keep up at all. Is not that right? The content of the second sermon was so difficult. If it were the third sermon, wouldn't it be even more difficult to understand? Do we need to continue listening? Some demons backed down. Although listening to the sermon is a great opportunity, the problem is that if you don't understand it, it means that you will not be able to seize this opportunity at all. If you continue to listen, it is probably a waste of time for them. Just like a primary school student, even if he barely listens to the content of a university course, he is probably still confused. Even if he spends his efforts, he will not be able to learn anything. This does not mean that he is not talented or smart, but that his cultivation level is not high enough. Then, it is a waste of time to learn things beyond the level. These contents are simply not something that these weak demon gods can understand. No, I will listen to it even if I die. Even if we don't understand it now, in the future when our cultivation level is higher, recalling today's lesson will definitely be of great benefit. This opportunity must not be missed. Some demons clench their fists. Of course, they also knew how much they weighed, but even so, they would bite the bullet and listen to it, trying their best to remember it. There is such a person with great supernatural powers telling them this. The truth is, what an opportunity this is. If you miss it, you will really regret it for the rest of your life. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 104. At this moment, the central dojo of Chaos City is Furukawa's place of retreat. He originally wanted to practice in retreat, but at this moment, he seemed to have a different feeling on a whim, and there were waves of throbbing deep in his blood. If it was ordinary people may have a whim, but it may be just an illusion, but for a person with great supernatural powers who has reached the level of Furukawa, every whim will definitely have something important happen, and it has a lot to do with him. What happened? Why do I feel that there seems to be a major opportunity related to me? If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He felt that the law of fate was beating in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that an opportunity was born in the distant chaotic time and space, which was closely related to his path to sanctification. This feeling was not groundless. But he had a connection with the origin of chaos and received the light of merit at the same time, so he got such a reminder. A void line of cause and effect seemed to be formed at this moment, connecting to an unknown distance beyond the chaotic time and space. Wish Compass. At this moment, Furukawa immediately activated the power of the Wish Compass, infused his own mana and blood essence into it, and activated the ability of the Wish Compass. Buzz buzz. The next second, the Wish Compass vibrated. The pointer above rotates steadily, generating unparalleled power of destiny, and seems to be connected with things in unknown places. Moreover, this wish does not consume a lot of essence and blood. For Furukawa at this moment, it can be regarded as a drop in the bucket, and there is not even the feeling of blood loss. Immediately, the influence instilled by the wish compass appeared in the depths of Furukawa's consciousness, and he saw that in a chaotic time and space, a treasure was being gestated. This treasure affected all directions in the chaotic time and space. A huge chaotic vortex was created in a radius of thousands of light years, and the endless air currents were rotating, which was earth-shattering. Even through the image, he could feel the power of this treasure, which was no less powerful than the chaos he had originally obtained.
Beads.
No, this is about the treasure of the law of time, the eternal clock. In an instant, Furukawa got this information from the wish compass. This treasure being nurtured by the origin of chaos is the eternal clock. This is a time treasure condensed from the avenue of time, with the ability to control time. The supreme power of time. Looking from a distance, it is a huge clock with hour, minute, and second hands ticking. It seems that every step taken produces incredible power of time. So that's it. Is it the law of time? In an instant, Furukawa suddenly realized, and then he was ecstatic. At this moment, he finally knew what he lacked in the path of becoming a saint. Although after 2 sermons, he had reproduced many great laws, including the law of light. Laws, the law of darkness, the law of cause and effect, the law of destruction, etc. But the law of time has not appeared. It seems that there is no existence of the time demon at all, or it may not have been conceived like Pangu, and it has not yet been born. Therefore, he has never understood the mystery of the law of time, which also caused flaws in his way. But it is different now. This chaotic treasure about the law of time, the eternal clock, is actually born at this moment. It is simply God helping Furukawa. If he can refine this treasure of chaos, he will be able to master the laws of time in an instant, so that many of his laws can reach perfection. It can be said that this is a crucial opportunity and cannot be missed. Fortunately, Furukawa received the light of merit, was reminded of the origin of chaos, and had a whim. Otherwise, how would he have known that there was an eternal clock about the law of time in the distant chaotic time and space? Walk. Thinking of this, Furukawa can't wait for a long time, because in a while, the eternal clock will be born. Furukawa was very excited. If the first 2 abilities are powerful, then the third ability is simply a miracle which can be described as incredible. If you master the ability to reverse time, even your friends and relatives around you will be, even if you kill him, you can also save the opponent by reversing the time and space in this area. This is simply a godlike ability, but it's not without its shortcomings. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. Although the ability to reverse time is quite powerful, it also has very powerful side effects. It would be okay if materials such as stones, minerals, and soil are restored. But if the life with the soul is reversed, the life will die. If you are resurrected, you will suffer backlash from the origin of chaos, and the more powerful the life, the more serious the backlash will be. For example, Furukawa is a quasi-holy demon god at the moment, and he wants to reverse time and space and resurrect a quasi-holy demon god. It will cost a lot, it will be severely injured on the spot, and it will take a long time to recover. If you want to resurrect a saint-level demon, then needless to say, you will die immediately, and you will not be able to withstand the backlash of the origin of chaos. This is already beyond Furukawa the ability, and the longer the time goes by, the more serious the backlash will be. Of course, if it is a weak life, then Furukawa Erkin can bear some backlash, and at most it will take a certain amount of time. It can be restored. Even if Furukawa is promoted to a saint, he can easily resurrect a quasi-sage level life. It is indeed the treasure of chaos. Furukawa couldn't help but sigh. Although using the eternal clock requires paying a certain price, this ability is still the dream of countless demon gods.
Bohm tilde.
At this moment, a huge message was instilled from deep inside the eternal clock. Flow seems to be all about the fragments of the endless laws of time and the endless mysteries of the avenue of time. 1 year old and 1 prosperous. 1 inch and 1 time. Vaguely, Furukawa was suddenly in a state of enlightenment. The Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of his consciousness continued to record and deduce the information about the law of time. Originally, if he wanted to understand the law of time, he didn't know how much effort and time it would take, and he might not have a clue yet. After all, the law of time is one of the most difficult laws in chaos. If there is no enlightenment from other demon gods, I am afraid that they will not be able to get started. However, it is different after refining the eternal clock. This chaos treasure itself was bred from the avenue of time. It itself is engraved with dense patterns of the laws of time, recording the complete avenue of time. It can be said that it is equivalent to a Taoist scripture that records the laws of time. It is extremely precious and can now be read and understood by Furukawa at will. So one can imagine the chance and good fortune involved, which is simply a great adventure.
Boom.
I saw a huge chaotic vortex centered on Furukawa's original ancient snake, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of light years, forming a full 129,600 layers in circles. The endless chaotic air flow poured into Furukawa's original ancient snake body, and the huge fragments of the law of time were instilled into a sea of consciousness, as if for free. At this moment, Furukawa was in the process of enlightenment. He seemed to be traveling in the long river of time, seeing the impression of history, the past, the present, and the future. Vaguely, in the depths of his consciousness, countless fragments of the law of time gathered together, slowly condensing, and seemed to be about to form a complete rune of the law of time. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 109. Dozens of epochs passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the third sermon was getting closer and closer.
Boom.
At this moment, Furukawa finally woke up from the process of comprehending the law of time. When he opened his eyes, it seemed that endless runes of law appeared in the depths of his pupils, as if thousands of years of time had flowed. Just one look at his eyes seems to deprive you of infinite life. Finally succeeded. Furukawa smiled slightly. He sensed that a complete rune of time emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Deep inside the rune seemed to contain an eternal clock. The hands were ticking and rotating very rhythmically. A powerful force, the huge power of time emanates from this rune of the law of time. After dozens of epochs, he finally fully understood the law of time and controlled the power of time. It seemed that as long as he moved his mind, the huge primitive ancient snake, the flow of time around his body will slow down, even close to a state of nothingness. Any demon who is close to him will feel that his body cannot move. But this time Furukawa's biggest change is not just that. After dozens of epochs, although his original ancient snake body has not grown further, it is still 1 trillion kilometers in length. However, his original ancient snake body has undergone tremendous changes, and it actually grows on his back. A pair of huge wings appeared, showing black and white. One of the wings appeared black, and endless runes of time were engraved on this wing, exuding a powerful power of time. It seemed that with a slight vibration, it was endless. Time will be stirred and slowed down. The other wing appears white, and countless space runes are engraved on this wing. It seems to be filled with dense void energy, as if it vibrates slightly. The chaotic void in all directions turned into ripples, and no chaotic void could hinder the progress of this wing. One of these two wings is the wing of time, and the other is the wing of void, and the two wings are superimposed to form the wings of time and space. It controls the power of the laws of time and space. It seems that these two wings vibrate, instantly stirring up the chaotic space and time of hundreds of thousands of light years around, freezing time and space in an instant, and producing incredible magical powers. Wings of time and space. Furukawa's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely happy. In fact, during these tens of epochs, he not only comprehended the laws of time, but also comprehended the laws of space. Although time and space are completely different forces, they are inseparable from each other. The relationship is also closely related, just like water and fire, yin and yang, life and death. On the surface, the two are completely different, but to a certain extent, there will be a relationship. When the speed of an object reaches the speed of light, the flow of time around it will slow down. When the speed of an object exceeds the speed of light and reaches the extreme, time will be in a static state. The power of time and space is actually inseparable. Because of this, when Furukawa completely understood the law of time, he also discovered that the laws of space had also undergone incredible transformations in his body. The moment he completely understood the laws of time and space, his original ancient snake body completely swallowed up the power of the laws of time and space. In his body, the wings of time and space were born, and the magical power of blood was formed. After practicing for a while, you can try to reach the realm of Saint. Furukawa is extremely excited. He can feel that many of the laws in his body have reached perfection. As long as he realizes it after a while and sorts it out carefully, he will be able to control the avenue and advance to the realm of a saint. It can be said that this is indeed a huge opportunity for him. If he had not obtained the eternal clock, he would not have known how long it would take before he would have the opportunity to step into the realm of a saint. But now, everything can be said to have fallen into place. It seems that it is not long before the third sermon. I have to go back to Chaos City quickly. I don't know if I will be able to go back in time. I hope I won't be late. Furukawa's eyes flickered.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, the space-time wings on his body vibrated, and he flew forward in an instant, but the speed of his flight was more than 1,000,000 times faster than before. What happened? How could it be so fast? Furukawa's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. If before he got the eternal clock his speed was as fast as a bicycle, then now he has become a jet plane. The time and space wings on his body vibrated, and the speed generated was as fast as it was beyond his imagination. But it is natural to have such a speed. First, his wings of time vibrated, which instantly affected the flow of time for hundreds of thousands of light years near the body of the original ancient snake, making time almost stand still. State. Secondly, his void wings vibrated, turning the chaotic void into ripples in an instant. There was no resistance at all in front of it, resulting in extremely strong acceleration, as if it were a vacuum state. In this way, the time is approaching still. There is no obstacle in the chaotic void. The two seem to have a multiplicative effect, producing incredible speeds. Too fast. Furukawa was amazed. He vibrated the time and space wings on his body. Every time he vibrated, he flew an unknown distance of light years. Even his consciousness could not perceive it. He only perceived the scenes in all directions, like a ray of light. The time and space images slid past him, and he had no idea what was happening around him. Nothing could hinder the flight of his pair of time and space wings. These illusions of time and space changes made him feel as if he was in the middle of a war. Time travel. A long time and space tunnel was formed, connecting the past, present, and future.
Boom.
The next second, Furukawa stopped, and he found that he had returned to the sky above Chaos City. He was looking down at the huge Chaos City and many demon gods. Of course, because of the Chaos Skynet, he has restrained his sense of presence. No demon god can detect that Furukawa has just returned to Chaos City from other places. Are you back to Chaos City now? Furukawa blinked. Before he got the eternal clock, it took him thousands of years to set out from Chaos City to the place where the eternal clock was born. But now, he doesn't even know if it took 10 minutes. His speed has not increased several times. It is simply increasing at a geometric speed. To be honest, even he himself was shocked by the current speed. The current Furukawa can be called Chaos, the fastest demon among them all. Nothing can stop him. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 110. In the blink of an eye, 100 epochs passed, and soon it was time for the third sermon. At this moment, Chaos City is more lively than when the second sermon was given. It can be said that the effect of the second sermon was even more sensational. Many demon gods who didn't know how far away they were came swarming in. Even some quasi-holy level demon gods appeared. Even if they were not interested at first, the news spread so widely that they also wanted to arrive in Chaos City to see what happened. It can be said that the number of demon gods in Chaos City at this moment is 10 times more than when the second sermon was given. Is it almost time for the third sermon? A demon asked. The time is almost up. Some devil is already counting the time with his fingers. This sermon must not be missed, because it will be the last sermon given by the Lord of Chaos City. Some demons clench their fists, saying that this time is not to be missed and must be fully concentrated. Even if you don't understand, you must record all these contents. The contents of the first 2 sermons given by the Lord of Chaos City brought too many changes to the entire chaos world. A demon god couldn't help but sigh. Is not that right? After obtaining the demon god's cultivation method, even if you don't hunt other demon gods, you can step by step and quickly advance to the realm of High Demon God. In just 100 years, many weak demon gods have become powerful demon gods through this method of cultivation. A demon god clenched his fist. Because of the previous 2 sermons, many demon gods gained huge benefits and learned the methods of god and demon cultivation. This also led to the rapid improvement of the cultivation of many weak demon gods. In just 100 years era, many weak demon gods have been promoted to the realm of high demon gods, and they were suddenly promoted from beings at the low end of the food chain to being at the top of the food chain. To be honest, this change really shocked many high demon gods. Originally, high demon gods, where the number of demon gods is limited. After all, they need to hunt other demon gods of the same level in order to be promoted. The question is how many such demon gods of the same level are there? So this limits the number of high-level demon gods. But it is different now. Learn after mastering the method of demon god cultivation, you can quickly become stronger without hunting other demon gods. Many demon gods with extremely strong understandings took the opportunity to quickly improve their cultivation level and were suddenly promoted to the realm of high demon gods, far beyond the level of demon gods. The imagination of other high-level demon gods. This also gave countless high-level demon gods a sense of urgency. They are no longer superior beings. If they fall behind in this era of major repairs, their first-mover advantage will be gone. By then, if there is a conflict between demons and demons, they will definitely die. Not only that, it is said that there were some overlord-level demon gods who were so arrogant in the past that they even bothered to come to Chaos City to listen to the Chaos City Lord sermons, and even spoke shamelessly, saying that the Chaos City Lord was a person with a false reputation and was not worth mentioning. A demon god sneered. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, the overlord demon god of Chaos City personally took action, and actually used only 3 moves to tear the shameless demon god into pieces. He was as weak as an ant. There is no way, even if the demon gods are in the same realm, their fighting power is very different from each other. It's like an adult who knows the 18 dragons subduing palms, and an adult who doesn't know any martial arts and can only use brute force. Adults can tell who is stronger even on their knees. People who know martial arts moves, even if they have the same strength, but the angle of the moves, speed, fighting consciousness, and skills in using force are all different from those who know nothing about it. Those who understand make a decisive difference. The same principle is true. A demon god who is proficient in the method of demon cultivation is like a master who has learned the 18 dragons subduing palms. He can defeat those reckless men who only use brute force with every move. There is no way. The difference between the demon god, who knows the method of cultivation, and the demon god, who does not understand the method of cultivation is too big. I dare not say it is 100 times, but there is still a gap of 10 times. Many demon gods shook their heads and looked down upon those demon gods who were like frogs in the well. Even if the overlord-level demon gods don't understand the method of cultivation, they will be eliminated in the future. Even though those overlord-level demon gods are very powerful now, but no matter how powerful they are now, after thousands of epochs, tens of thousands of epochs, or even hundreds of thousands of epochs, they may not be able to survive at all. This is just like a country in the agricultural era or a country in the industrial age. If they don't make progress, they will be eliminated sooner or later. They may even be destroyed. Because of this, many overlord-level demons felt a sense of crisis after hearing the news. They felt that if this continued, they would be eliminated demons. Although they were stubborn, they could not. It means you are stupid. So before the third sermon is about to come, more and more demons are pouring into Chaos City, which has also led to unprecedented excitement in Chaos City. Let's not talk about these frogs in the well. Let's talk about the third sermon. I wonder what kind of content the Lord of Chaos City will preach this time. The first two sermons have benefited countless demon gods a lot, and the third time will probably be even more incredible. The devil is looking forward to it. I don't know. I guess the content of this sermon will be more difficult than the previous two. Ordinary demons may not be able to understand it. Is not that right? I still haven't fully understood the content of the second sermon, and now the third sermon. There is no way. If you are not strong enough, you will miss important opportunities. Even if there are opportunities in front of you, you will not be able to seize them. It is a pity. No matter what, even if you don't understand it this time, you must remember it all. Countless demons discussed one after another and clenched their fists. After the previous two sermons, they have deeply understood the importance of each sermon. They absolutely cannot. You got a companion magic weapon.
Boom tilde tilde.
At this moment, the original ancient snake body of Furukawa suddenly appeared in the sky above Chaos City. It was condescending and exuded an unparalleled momentum, overwhelming hundreds of thousands of light-years around. A pair of space-time wings spread out on his back, literally covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire Chaos City. It seemed that the entire space and time had stopped running at this moment. All the demon gods felt that all the chi machines on their bodies were locked. The chaotic time and space in all directions has solidified, making it almost impossible to move. Those overlord-level demons who came to Chaos City for the first time were all in panic. They had never seen the Lord of Chaos City before, and now that they met for the first time, they felt the huge gap between them. It seemed that they just appeared. In an instant, they couldn't even stand firm in front of each other, couldn't even move. The third sermon begins. Furukawa stood condescendingly and announced the beginning of the third sermon, displaying the voice of the Great Road. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 111. Rumble. After hearing Furukawa's speech, countless demon gods in Chaos City fell silent. They all sat cross-legged on the ground with solemn expressions, not daring to speak loudly for fear of offending the Lord of Chaos City. Chaos is unkind and treats all things as dogs. Sages are unkind and treats the common people as dogs. In the midst of chaos, is it just like Tuyue? Virtual and unyielding, moving and out. If you have too many words, Shua, and you are poor, it is better to keep the center. As soon as these words came out, countless demon gods were deafened, like thunder piercing their ears. The sound of the great Tao continued to vibrate, and the words of the great Tao circulated in the depths of the sea of consciousness. Chaos is unkind and treats all things as dogs. They seem to have realized the truth of the original law of chaos. Even the demon god, who didn't understand it, felt vaguely enlightened. Obviously, the third sermon was very unusual. It was Furukawa talking about his understanding of the original law of chaos. He doesn't care whether these demon gods can understand or not. He just tells what he has learned. As for whether these demon gods can gain anything, it depends on their own creation. Heaven and earth last forever. The reason why heaven and earth can last forever is because they do not generate themselves, so they can live forever. Therefore, the sage follows his body and comes first, and his body exists outside his body. Isn't it because of his selflessness? Therefore, it can be done privately. If we hug each other, how can we not be separated from each other? Can a baby be born if he specializes in chi and becomes soft? Is it possible to eliminate all mysteries and become flawless? How can we be ignorant of loving the people and governing the country? When the heavenly gate is open and closed, can there be no females? If you understand Saida, can you do nothing? To be born, to be an animal, is to be born but not to exist, to be made without relying on it, to grow without being slaughtered. This is called Shwanda. Those who cannot see are called E, those who hear are not known are called Shi, those who fight are not known are called Wei. These three cannot lead to interrogation, Jia, so they are mixed, Huan, into one. The upper part is not bright, the lower part is not ignorant. The rope, Minmin, cannot be named, and it returns to nothingness. It is called the shape of formlessness and the image of nothingness. It's called trance. When you welcome someone, you don't see the first one, and when you follow it, you don't see the rear. Holding on to the ancient way to control the present, being able to know the beginning of the ancient times, this is called Taoism. There are things mixed together, Huan, born in advance of heaven and earth, silent and desolate, independent and unchanging, traveling without peril. She can be the mother of the world. I don't know its name, but its name is Dao, and Chang's name is Da. The big day is called passing, the passing day is said to be far away, and the faraway day is called reverse. Therefore, the Tao is great, the sky is great, the earth is great, and the king is also great. There are 4 major ones in the domain, and the king occupies one of them. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. The way of heaven is still with the bow drawn. Those who are high will suppress it, those who are low will lift it, those who have more will lose it, and those who are deficient will make up for it. The way of heaven is to make up for the deficiency when there is excess damage. The way of man is not like that. If the loss is not enough, there will be more than enough. Who can have enough to serve the world? Only the Taoist. Therefore, one does not rely on the sage and does not rely on his achievements. He does not want to see the virtuous person, Xian. Words of faith are not beautiful, but good words are not believed. Those who are good do not argue, and those who argue are not good. Those who know Ji are not knowledgeable, and those who are knowledgeable do not know. The sage does not accumulate. If he thinks of others, he will have more. If he gives to others, he will have more. The way of heaven is beneficial, but not harmful. The way of a saint is to work without fighting. Furukawa spoke it in the language of gods and demons. Every word is like a pearl, containing the subtle meaning, as well as the infinite truth and mystery of the origin of the law of chaos. Immediately, countless demon gods had a profound understanding. This was describing the supreme principle of the avenue of chaos. Chaos has no benevolent heart. It is the master of all things, constantly oppressing all things and pushing it like a blast. The process cannot be corrected, and everything will flourish and decline. No matter how powerful and beautiful things are, they are like chew dogs. Life and death are always inevitable. There was an indescribable terror in the heart of a demon god. His whole body was trembling, and he was sweating like rain. From it, he understood the truth of life and death, the cessation of life and death, the rotation of all things. All living beings are ants, and the ruthless truth of the Great Road. Even though they seem to be a powerful demon, but in front of chaos, he is just an ant, like a dog. If you don't want to be an ant, you can only go against heaven, transcend chaos, and prove the Tao with force. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to escape death, Ragnarok. No, that's not right. This sentence shouldn't be understood this way. But there is also a demon god who understands another truth. It is calm and soul-melting into chaos. Chaos itself is an existence of nothingness. It is because of it that all things are born. It is ruthless, but it is also the most fair. It will not be merciful and favor other sentient beings, and allow all things to operate naturally without intervention. The saint will not be merciful and partial, allowing the people to control their own destiny without intervention. Not intervening in all things and letting them fend for themselves may seem indifferent, but in fact it is the best attitude. This is the best way to understand the operation of the avenue of chaos. It understands that if you want to become a saint and achieve the great way, you must have a tolerant heart that tolerates all things. Only by having the great way in mind, being ruthless and unrighteous, and having all 4 elements empty, can you achieve the great way. And this is the great love of the saint. It seems heartless, but it is love. Wrong. These understandings are all wrong. Laws have their own laws of operation. Avenues have their own laws of operation. Demons have their own ways of survival. Everything has balance and laws, and everything in this world can be calculated. Everything in chaos has its own destiny trajectory, which cannot be changed, participated in, or changed. Otherwise, it will definitely lead to great terror. There is a glimmer of light in the eyes of the demon god, and endless data flashes from the depths of its pupils. It seems to have sensed the law of fate and deduced the trajectory of countless demon gods and countless avenues. It believes that the avenues can be calculated and deduced, and everything is possible. The trajectory of its destiny can form the balance of all things in chaos. As long as it can control the trajectory of everything, then it can control everything. It turns out that chaos is also imperfect, so the way of heaven is to make up for the deficiency when it is damaged, and the way of man is to make up for the deficiency. Our demon god was born to make up for the avenue of chaos. We are the gods in charge of the avenue and maintain the chaos. The power of order. There is a demon god who realizes that he should be an important force in maintaining chaos. That's why he needs to understand the Tao, and even replace the Tao, punish the heavens, and maintain the order of the chaotic world. The demon gods all have feelings and understandings in their hearts. They all understand their own Tao from Furukawa's preaching process. Even if it is the same scripture because of different personal experiences and different views, they have understood it. Things are different. This is what is called 1,000 people, there will be 1,000 hamlets. Same thing. Furukawa talked about his own understanding of the original laws of chaos and the principles of the Great Road, but other demon gods will also have their own understandings and embark on their own road to the Great Road. This is what he really wants to see in his sermons. Those who learn from me will live, and those who imitate me will die. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 112. As Furukawa continued to preach, what he said seemed to cause vibrations in the origin of chaos. Every sentence seemed to be the voice of the Great Road, shining the truth of the law of chaos. Every word seems to be a golden chaos rune, constantly rotating, rising into the sky above Chaos City, and seems to be transformed into a supreme Tao scripture. Tao scriptures emerged one after another, forming a supreme Tao scripture. With Chaos City as the center, a tide of chaotic energy forms within a 1,000,000 light-year radius, and endless vortexes of chaotic energy are wrapped around Chaos City. At the same time, the sound of the avenue trembled, seeming to communicate with the origin of chaos. A huge portal suddenly appeared above Chaos City, which seemed to be the gate of the avenue. From deep inside the gate of the avenue, like a long river pouring, huge chaotic energy and law information are poured into Furukawa's original ancient snake body. Is this a law message? Furukawa was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect that his sermon actually caused a resonance with the origin of chaos, and he also received a gift from the origin of chaos and received a huge message of laws. Although many of his laws are close to perfection, even if it's not even close to perfect, but now that he has received the law information given by the source of chaos, he immediately checks and fills in the gaps, making his understanding of the law reach a perfect level. This is like an exam. The full score is 100 points. Already I scored 99 points in the exam, but I still have 1 point that I don't know where I made the mistake. But now there are actually answers sent by the teacher, which will naturally get 100% verification and complete perfection. There is still light of merit? Furukawa was overjoyed. Not only did the Great Avenue Gate instill huge amounts of original energy and law information, it even instilled light of merit from the origin of chaos. Huge, like pillars of light, fell down and instilled Furukawa's original ancient snake body was swallowed up and absorbed by his sea of consciousness. This also made him bathe in the ocean of merit, and his whole body was warm and extremely comfortable. It can be said that the merit he obtained this time was there were more lights than the second sermon. Apparently, Furukawa's sermon this time also gained great merit and had a profound impact on the future of the chaotic world, allowing countless demons to choose their own paths. Now it's time to be promoted to a saint. Furukawa felt that his sea of consciousness contained a huge light of merit. Each ray of light contained infinite energy, which was equivalent to hundreds of eras of demon gods' cultivation. If he needed to accumulate so much chaotic source energy, he would probably need an unknown amount of energy.
Yes.
But now there is no need. With the assistance of these lights of merit, he does not need to save for such a long time.
Boom tilde tilde.
With the assistance of the light of merit, the chaos bagua technique in the depths of his consciousness went crazy. The derivation and calculation speed exceed tens of thousands of times the speed of light, as if billions of epochs have passed in the sea of consciousness in 1 second. I see. Furukawa suddenly realized and had a state of enlightenment. As he explained his understanding of the law of chaos, he was actually sorting out what he had learned. This was teaching other demon gods, and he was also teaching himself. The law of the 5 elements, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the law of cause and effect, the law of yin and yang, the law of light, the law of darkness, the law of thunder, the law of sound, the law of wind, the law of disaster, the law of life, the law of creation. He felt his consciousness, countless laws of information emerged from the depths of the sea, and countless law runes were born, which were arrayed in the depths of the sea of consciousness like stars, shining brightly. At this moment, he found that his understanding of the laws had been sublimated, and he had a deep understanding of his own laws. The method of cultivation has also been sublimated. To be honest, the Tao Te Ching has always been the method of cultivation created by the sage Laozi of later generations. This is the great way that the sage Laozi created after his creation. Although it was of great help to Furukawa at the beginning, it allowed him to understand the cultivation of gods and demons. Method. But when he was promoted to the realm of quasi-sage, he found that the Tao Te Ching was not particularly helpful to him. He needed to create his own method of cultivation. Only by walking his own path and understanding the method of his own cultivation, only by practicing Dharma can one attain the great truth. Furukawa had no clue at first, but after 3 sermons, and with the help of many demonic laws, as well as the light of merit and the origin of chaos, Furukawa suddenly became aware of it. With aura, like the collision of countless wisdoms, a crystal was finally born.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
At this moment, the infinite laws of information in the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness gathered together. Under the deduction of the Chaos Bagua book, they were arranged infinitely, and finally the optimal solution was obtained. It worked. At this moment, Furukawa's eyes revealed a frightening light, as if he had penetrated the chaotic time and space, saw the end of the origin of chaos, and understood the infinite mysteries. Huge blocks of energy suddenly condensed in the depths of his consciousness. Chaos Steel. The Chaos Steel records the characters of gods and demons, as well as the figures of primitive ancient snakes, as well as countless mysteries of laws, which seem to expound the principles of chaos. There are 108 such Chaos Steel. It can be said that these 108 Chaos Stone tablets constitute the supreme cultivation method he created this time. Vaguely, these Chaos Stone tablets seem to turn into pages of paper, and these papers also turned into a supreme Taoist scripture that contains endless secrets of laws. Ancient Serpent Sutra of Chaos. These few characters flow deep in Furukawa's heart. This is the supreme Taoist scripture he created this time. It is also the supreme cultivation method he created by integrating his lifelong cultivation experience and the original law. This method of cultivation is the crystallization of his wisdom and can lead to the path to the strongest demon. Its cultivation threshold is very low, and any life can practice it and lead directly to the Great Road. This method, through understanding the origin of chaos, swallows the energy of chaos. Washing your body will go through 108 transformations of life and death. Each transformation will lead to a completely new transformation, and your strength will increase at a geometric rate. But this technique also has a big shortcoming. That is, once you start practicing, it will never stop, and each transformation is extremely painful. Even the worst torture in the world is not so painful. Without a strong will and a persevering mind, it is simply impossible to withstand such practice. At the same time, practicing this skill also requires a lot of resources. Of course, once successful, it is extremely powerful. With each transformation, an additional bloodline magical power will appear in the body, mastering the principles of the laws of heaven and earth, and many law patterns will appear in the body, constantly changing and refining oneself. The blood in the body. Even the low-level blood will transform into the highest-level demon god after many transformations. If it can pass 108 transformations, it will be immortal and immortal. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 113. Ancient Serpent Sutra of Chaos. Furukawa was extremely excited. He finally created his own cultivation method. It can be said that this cultivation method is the crystallization of all his wisdom and the integration of countless laws and information. This Tao Jing is even more powerful than the Tao Te Ching. It is more suitable for him. It is basically based on the bloodline of the original ancient snake and combined with the power of many laws. Also, because of the creation of this technique, many laws in his body have been completely perfected. It seems that he can do it anytime, anywhere. They can all step into the realm of saints and control the avenue of chaos. No, we can't break through for the time being. We'll wait until the sermon is finished. Furukawa forcibly resisted the idea of retreating to break through. After all, his sermon is not over yet. He cannot give up halfway. This is also irresponsible to other demon gods. I don't know how much time has passed, but Furukawa finally finished explaining his understanding of the original law of chaos and his insights into the Great Road, and this time the sermon ended.
Boom tilde tilde.
Suddenly, a series of Supreme Avenue Sutras formed in the sky above Chaos City. They seemed to be condensed by the sound of the avenue, showing a golden color that did not dissipate for a long time, exuding infinite mystery. The entire Chaos City was surrounded by flowers falling from the sky, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, and various visions, which contained a touch of Taoism. Countless demon gods were simply fascinated by what they heard. Countless laws of information seemed to be pouring into their bodies. They also gained great insights from the sounds of these avenues. The third sermon ends. Furukawa was entrenched in the sky above Chaos City, looking at the many demon gods indifferently. It's over? How could it be so fast? I haven't heard enough yet. It was too fast. It ended too quickly. How could this happen? Hearing what Furukawa said, the demon gods woke up with a start. They all had their eyes wide open, and their mouths were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the sermon would end so soon. Especially some powerful high-level demon gods. They sensed this. I gained so much from the sermon. I simply understood the way forward. This is a very important point. If they don't know the way forward, how can they step into the next step? One step further, and promoted to a more powerful demon god. They came to Chaos City this time with the intention of going on a killing spree and completely annihilating the city. The group of demon gods then took the opportunity to break through in one fell swoop, attain the Tao, and reach the realm of the strongest demon god. And they can do this with their power. But now, they're not even close to Chaos City, and the Chaos City Lord just sighing, they actually shocked countless of their subordinates to death, and even they were severely injured. Everyone is a demon god. Why is the gap so huge? What is this? The three demon gods are completely crazy, incomparable chaos. Simply, it's unbelievable. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 117. How could the gap be so huge? Not only the Chaos Demon God, the Plague Demon God, and the Hunger Demon God were stunned, but even the many demon gods in Chaos City were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. According to their understanding, even the Lord of Chaos City, like this demon god, if you want to defeat powerful overlord-level demons such as the Chaos Demon, Plague Demon, and Hunger Demon, you need to expend the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Even if you don't need to expend the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, at least you will have to spend a little more effort. But now, with just a sigh, the 3 demon gods were easily defeated and severely damaged. This scene brought them too much stimulation. Originally, they thought that after they learned the demon god's cultivation method, they should, after seeing through the true strength of the Chaos City Lord, sooner or later, they will be able to catch up with each other. But when they saw this scene, their hearts were completely cold. Even after hundreds of epochs, They still couldn't see clearly the gap between them. How big is it? Maybe such a difference, it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's simply beyond their reach. Impossible, Lord of Chaos City. You and I are both Overlord-level demons. Why is your strength so tyrannical? Why exactly? I'm not convinced. The demon god of chaos was roaring, extremely unwilling. It couldn't understand this at all. Even though everyone was at the same level as the demon god, why was the gap so huge? It was completely confused and was not convinced at all. The demon god of plague and the demon god of hunger, the same goes for the two of them. They think they are among the strongest demon gods, but now they are defeated so easily. How can they be convinced? Furukawa looked down at the three demons indifferently. Those who don't practice Taoism, don't understand the laws, are not proficient in magical powers, just abuse their own demon talents, and just know how to abuse brute force, people like you. I can kill 10,000 of them with the wave of my hand. The gap between you and me is wider than chaos. You think you want to come to our chaos city and run wild with this little strength. You are simply overestimating your abilities. You are just frogs in the well watching the sky, and you still want to compete with me. Any demon god in Chaos City can kill you after practicing for millions of epochs. Shut up now. The plague demon god roared. It was simply furious. The plague demon god, don't believe that you are so tyrannical. I am the strongest demon god in chaos.
Boom.
Before he finished speaking, Furukawa took action and pointed lightly. Supernatural power magic. Big flame magic. In an instant, all sides of the plague demon god's body burned with endless flames, turning into an endless sea of fire, covering the chaotic void. And this is not an ordinary flame, but an immeasurable calamity fire, which comes from the meaning of infinity. Once it burns, the devil will not die, and such immeasurable calamity fire will not stop. Stop now. The plague demon immediately let out a shrill scream, which was even more miserable than killing a pig. It felt unprecedented pain, and its whole body was burned by immeasurable calamity fire, turning into a huge torch. No matter how it struggled, it unleashed a huge plague. It was foggy, but it was all useless. All the plague cells, viruses, and other things were reduced to ashes under the immeasurable calamity fire. With a thud and a few breaths, the screams of the plague demon became weaker and weaker, because its demon body and soul were burned into a pile of residue. This. Many demon gods in Chaos City have their hairs standing on end, and their whole bodies are trembling with chills. They can feel the terror of the immeasurable calamity fire. It seems that if they get even a trace of it, they will be burned to the point where no bones are left. Too strong. Many Overlord-level demons have their livers and gallbladders broken, just with a finger. The Lord of Chaos City has not even taken action. The plague demon god, who was arrogant and said that he was not convinced, was burned alive. Before, this guy was still bragging. He is the most powerful demon god, the messenger who spreads plague and brings endless demon god deaths. But now, he was burned to death with just one finger, leaving no body intact. How miserable the plague demon god was when he died. The next second, Furukawa's eyes were on the remaining chaos demon god and hunger demon god, etc. Suddenly, the chaos demon god roared. We have indeed failed this time. We admit that we are not as powerful as you. If you have the ability, let us leave now. After learning the demon god's cultivation method, we will come back to fight you. 10,000 epochs later, we will come back to fight you to the death. Otherwise, we will not be convinced. It wants to have a decisive battle with Furukawa after 10,000 epochs. It also wants to take advantage of this period to learn the demon god's cultivation methods, magical powers, and how to practice Taoism, so that its cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds.
Boom.
Before the chaos demon god can do anything, after finishing his words, Furukawa struck out with one finger. The magical power technique, the great cutting technique. This is the supreme magical power of the metal system. When he struck out with one finger, billions of void threads suddenly burst out, forming a dense cutting network. In an instant, the Chaos Demon God let out an extremely shrill scream. Its huge demon god body was cut into countless pieces, reduced to the size of an atom, and countless tentacles were cut into pieces. Even its soul was cut into pieces. It was broken into countless pieces. The chaotic void seemed to have been penetrated, and dense void cracks appeared. Even the defense of the Chaos Demon God could not withstand the power of the Great Cutting Technique. Wherever the Great Cutting Technique went, chaos was endless. Matter was cut into pieces, unstoppable and unavoidable. Demon God of Chaos, die. Furukawa looked at the completely dead Demon God of Chaos speechlessly. This guy actually had a wishful thinking and thought about 10,000 epochs later. If he fights to the death with himself, he will not be convinced if he is beaten to death now. But who cares whether the devil is convinced or not? Anyway, if he kills with one move, it is all over. How can he let the tiger go back to the mountain and give this guy time to practice? This guy is really naive. He thought that he would let it go just by saying a few words. He was simply crazy, and he thought that other demons were fools. Although he didn't care about the power of this chaos demon, even if 10,000 epochs had passed, this chaos demon had it as impossible for him to be his opponent. As he perfects the law, is promoted to the realm of saint, and controls the avenue, the gap between the two will become wider and wider. No matter how hard the Chaos Demon God struggles, it is impossible for him to escape the palm of his hand. But he couldn't possibly give the Chaos Demon God this opportunity to play 30 years Hedong and 30 years Heshi and kill him with just one move. There was no need to cause so much trouble. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 118. Another one died. When many demon gods in Chaos City saw the scene, their hearts trembled, especially those overlord-level demon gods. They originally thought that their strength could compete with the Lord of Chaos City. But now, their hearts trembled when they saw it. How powerful is the Chaos Demon God? It spreads chaos and is tyrannical. There were once calls that it was the strongest demon god, but now, it has been destroyed by the Lord of Chaos City. It is even more cut into pieces. No matter how many pieces, it can be said that there are no whole corpses. If they were relocated, they would probably die more miserably than the Chaos Demon God. At this moment, they really feel the power of the Chaos City Lord. This is no joke. Escape. Seeing the Demon God of Plague and the Demon God of Chaos dying one after another, the remaining Demon God of Hunger was simply scared to death. It was no longer hungry and was so frightened that its liver and gallbladder split. Whoosh. It didn't talk nonsense at all and ran away, still fighting. After killing his old life, he used his bloodline magical power, and his huge body seemed to turn into a black light, trying to escape from this place. At this moment, it didn't want to eat the Chaos City Lord. It just wanted to survive.
Boom.
But at this moment, Furukawa once again, he took action and killed it with one finger. The magical power technique, the Great Flood Technique.
Boom.
In an instant, with the body of the hungry demon god as the center, a huge black flood immediately appeared, rolling in, overwhelming, covering this chaotic void. I saw that the hungry demon god's nose, mouth, eyes, and other places were filled with flood water, and black liquid continued to emerge, making it choke and scream in pain. Because this was not an ordinary flood. It is the water of the non-life tribulation. Once you fall into the water of the non-life tribulation, there will be death but no life, and a goose feather will not float. Even every drop of the water of the non-life tribulation is terrifyingly corrosive. If you fall into the water of the non-life tribulation, in the calamity water, even the demon god's body will be completely corroded until all bones are gone, just like sulfuric acid, melting everything. No, 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 help, help, help. The hungry demon god screamed again and again, just like a drowning creature. It felt extremely frightened. Originally, it could swallow all substances, and it wanted to completely swallow these inanimate tribulation water into its stomach, but it found that these inanimate tribulation water, after entering its own stomach, it was not digested, but eroded every cell in its body. In just a few breaths, its dimensional-like stomach was filled. At this moment, it felt fuller than ever before. The feeling in the stomach seems to be that of overeating. However, such water is still being produced continuously. It seems that the hungry demon god can eat as much as he wants, and it is still stuffed into the hungry demon god's belly, as if it costs nothing. This is hunger. For the first time in his life, the demon god was so afraid of eating. For the first time, it felt like it didn't want to eat. But at this moment, it didn't stop eating just because it didn't want to eat. Rumble. The next second, the hungry demon god made another sound, screaming. Its belly swelled like a huge star, and it was like a balloon, stretched to the maximum extent. With a bang, its entire body exploded and fell into pieces. No bones were left, and it was actually stretched to death. Its eyes were wide open, and it seemed that it would not close its eyes until death. It was obvious that he was a hunger demon who ate everything and was extremely greedy, but yet he was choked to death by the Wuxia water. What a tragic situation it was. This scene also made many chaos demons tremble. Oh my god, the hunger demon died like this? It's not as simple as dying, but being stretched to death. Those who travel without permission will surely drown themselves. This may be the first time that the hungry demon feels the feeling of fullness, but feeling full means that it is already dead and no one can save it. Is this the water of lifeless calamity? It's so terrible. There is death, but no life. Any demon who falls into the water of lifeless calamity will definitely die. It's too strong. This is magical power, a power that applies laws to the extreme. I didn't expect it could be used like this. There is a huge gap between a demon who knows magical powers and a demon who doesn't. The hungry demon god's death was not unjust. It was just a demon god who knew how to use brute force. Compared to a demon god who was proficient in magical powers, there was no telling how big the gap was. If it didn't die, who would die? Many demon gods were talking about it. The battle just now taught all the demon gods a lesson. If the previous 3 lectures were theoretical lessons, then now they are practical lessons, allowing them to truly realize the importance of cultivating the Tao. The power is simply not comparable to that of the stubborn demon gods before. They also realize the importance of magical powers at this moment. If we use the metaphor of a martial arts master, the magic power and the understanding of the law are like the internal strength of a martial arts master. Same, equivalent to basic power. Magical powers and techniques are martial arts secrets, such as the 18 dragons subduing palms, Lingbo Weibu, 6 meridians divine sword, and other unique moves. Only by creating such unique moves can the body's inner strength is fully exerted. But ordinary overlord-level demons only have strong internal strength, but do not know any martial arts. They have powerful internal strength, but they cannot exert it. Therefore, facing demons who are proficient in magical powers, he was beaten like a grandson and was no match at all. Of course, this does not mean that magical powers and magic are everything. The most important thing is internal strength, which is the basis of everything. But on this basis, if you know how to use power, that is invincible. Well, there is also a little mouse. At this moment, Furukawa's heart moved, and he glanced at the chaotic void in the distance. An invisible and terrifying force crushed it and exploded the void in an instant. In an instant, a shrill scream erupted from the originally empty place. Such a scream contained infinite magic power and seemed to arouse the frenzy of countless demons. A black smoke appeared from this place. The twisted void exudes an extraordinary dark aura, which seems to be even darker than the abyss. The black smoke is panicked, and its liver and gallbladder are split, as if it cannot believe that its whereabouts have been discovered. That one, the wisp of black smoke, did not dare to stay at this place. Without saying a word, it fled towards Yuanchun. Whoosh! The next second, this wisp of black smoke merged into the chaotic void. exceeding 100 times the speed of light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Within the range of Furukawa's spiritual perception. Did you run away? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. Although the strength of the wisp of black smoke just now was not very powerful, it was several times more powerful than the previous 3 demon gods. And this guy has been peeping in the dark, always looking for the gaps in his body were extremely dangerous. That's why he took action, giving small punishments and big warnings. But he didn't expect that this strange demon would move so quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately ran away. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 119. Hundreds of millions of light years away from the Chaos City, a wisp of black smoke that was injured by Furukawa just now appeared again in a chaotic space and time. It seemed to be a black smoke, formless and without any form. But at this moment, it was frightened and angry, and resented Furukawa to the extreme. Damn the Lord of Chaos City. He almost died just now. He almost killed my great master of inner demons. He was looking for death. The black mist was furious and roaring. It didn't know how angry it was at this moment. It simply hated Furukawa to the core and killed him quickly. You must know that it is the master of inner demons, and it is based on the good and evil of the demons. A special existence born among the inner demons. As long as the inner demons of all sentient beings are not destroyed, they can live forever. They can be placed among the inner demons of all living beings without any shadow or form, because no matter how powerful the existence is, there are good and evil minds, and good is the devil. Evil is also a demon. It can be regarded as the demon god closest to the origin of demons in the demon world, and is known as the original demon. And because of its special existence, since its birth, it has always been smooth sailing, invisible, soundless, and colorless. In the gaps in the minds of the demon gods could not detect its existence at all. The master of the inner demons also took the opportunity to do things in secret, devouring countless evil thoughts and good thoughts, and continued to grow from them. It was also extremely proud, thinking that it is the strongest demon god. As for other demon gods, they are just their own food and are not worth mentioning at all. In time, it will definitely become the strongest demon god and become the demon among demons and the god among gods. In fact, this time the plague demon god, the 3 major demons, the hungry demon god and the chaos demon god, took action, and among them it was the one who contributed to the flames. It secretly aroused their inner demons and expanded their evil thoughts, which prompted this action. It was the real mastermind behind this time. But now, my existence was actually discovered by this Chaos City Lord, and just by looking at me, he completely severely injured it, scaring it and running away. One can imagine the anger of the Lord of the inner demon at this moment, which is simply a shame and a great humiliation. A humiliation that has never been attempted in this life. Of course, death is impossible. Even if it is attacked by a saint-level demon, it will be difficult to kill the master of inner demons. As long as the demons have a trace of evil thoughts in their hearts, it can be quickly reborn. But in this way, it needs to accumulate strength again. It doesn't know how long it will take to reach its peak, so this kind of thing is intolerable to it. Of course, although the ability of the Lord of the Inner Demon is so weird and terrifying, he is almost immortal. Exists, but its power is very fragile. If the master of the inner demon is discovered, even an ordinary demon can tear its body into pieces. Because of this, it was almost severely injured by Furukawa just by looking at it.
Body.
But this is also an unprecedented experience for it. After all, the inner demon is invisible, soundless, and colorless. Ordinary demons cannot detect its existence at all, and do not know its existence. However, this Chaos City Lord is so terrifying, it is just close. It was really unbelievable to be noticed in an instant. Damn Chaos City Lord, you actually brought me such great humiliation this time. I will definitely take revenge. Wait for me, wait for me. The Lord of the Inner Demon roared, venting the anger deep in his heart. After all, this was the first time it had been defeated in its life. It would be a ghost if it didn't remember it deeply. However, there is actually no gap in the heart of this Chaos City Lord. There is no good or evil thought, and there is no opportunity to take advantage of it. The Lord of the Inner Demon clenched his fist. No, that's not right. Even the demon god has good and evil thoughts. It is impossible for the Lord of Chaos City to not have them. The reason why he cannot invade is that his defense is too strong, and even the inner demon can resist. If he could find a crack in it, he would be able to leave a trace of the inner demon in his heart. It is extremely eager at this moment. It simply wants to eat Furukawa immediately, swallow all the power in Furukawa's body, and occupy the body of the demon god, so that it can become the strongest demon god. No, now is not the time to take action against Chaos City. He must be patient. He should be extremely vigilant at this moment. He must wait until he relaxes. As long as there is a moment of relaxation, then it will be the victory of the master of my inner demon. The Lord of the Inner Demon clenched his fists and was filled with murderous intent. He quickly calmed down and returned to the ruthless and cunning demon among demons before. He had enough patience for hunting. Even in the past millions of epochs, it doesn't matter, it has plenty of time to wait. As long as it waits for a chance, the Chaos City Lord will definitely die under his own hands no matter how powerful he is. Whoosh! In an instant, it turns into a black mist, blends into the chaos, and slips into the chaos. Enter the heart of the next demon and hide temporarily. On the other hand, in Chaos City, Furukawa didn't know that the demon god he almost died at a glance was so powerful, and he didn't care much. With a wave of his hand, he instantly collected the corpses of the 3 dead demon gods, the Plague Demon, the Hunger Demon, and the Chaos Demon. Although the essence of flesh and blood in them is not as useful to him as before, the many laws and messages in them have a great effect on Furukawa. This is where the real power of the 3 demon gods lies. It's just that they haven't been able to fully utilize the power in their bodies, so they were defeated so easily. It tastes pretty good. With a click, Furukawa devoured the flesh and blood of these 3 demon gods at once. Although they are all evil demon gods with extremely evil powers, the essence of flesh and blood in their bodies is quite delicious, a bit like chicken flavor, crunchy and crunchy. Boom long. In an instant, the huge demonic flesh and blood essence poured into Furukawa's limbs and bones, and was swallowed up and absorbed by every cell in his body. At the same time, many laws and information on the 3 demonic gods were absorbed like a tide. Furukawa swallowed and absorbed, and he realized the law of hunger, the law of plague, and the law of chaos. Vaguely, densely packed hunger runes, plague runes, and chaos runes also appeared in the depths of his consciousness. The bloodline magical powers of these 3 demons were all destroyed. He mastered it easily. Even under the deduction of the Chaos Bagua book, he mastered these 3 laws so thoroughly that he was many times more powerful than the 3 demon gods. Whoosh! The next second, Furukawa returned to chaos. In the middle of the city, I returned to the central dojo of Chaos City and instantly entered a state of seclusion and practice. It's time. This retreat must break through to the realm of a saint. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. His laws at this moment have been perfected. Coupled with the assistance of a large amount of light of merit, he is 100% sure of being promoted to the realm of saints this time.
Boom.
In an instant, he fell into concentration and reached the state of forgetting both things and myself. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 120. At this moment, in the central dojo of Chaos City, Furukawa is entrenched in this place. Protected by the Chaos City's Prohibition Formation, no demon can disturb Furukawa's practice. Of course, according to Furukawa's current reputation, no devil who doesn't care about life and death would dare to act wildly. Time, space, 5 elements, creation, yin and yang, cause and effect, chaos. Furukawa was entrenched on the ground, reaching a state where he forgot both things and himself. His consciousness was completely immersed in his mind, integrating into the origin of chaos and comprehending many laws. At this time, law runes appeared in the depths of his consciousness. Basically, every law had reached a state of perfection at this moment, perfect. The law runes were spinning like stars, filling his sea of consciousness. They were as bright as stars, emitting dazzling light, and filled with mysterious aura.
Gao baguette technique.
In an instant, Furukawa was operating the Chaos Bagua technique deep in his sea of consciousness. It was like an optical brain computer, constantly deducing the possibilities of various laws and exploring the avenue. He felt the flow deep in his sea of consciousness. With an endless flow of information, it is estimated that any such flow of information is enough to burst the head of an ordinary demon. Only a demon as powerful as Furukawa can withstand such high-speed calculations. Ordinary demons, if such a calculation is performed, one's head will heat up and the body will explode to death if it takes one breath. Still, a little short of that. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. At this moment, countless laws in his body have reached a perfect state. If he wants to transform from a law into a great way, he needs a little inspiration and an opportunity. And the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of his consciousness is in deduce such an opportunity. Faster, 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 faster. Furukawa used his Chaos Bagua technique to continuously improve his computing speed, which was almost to the limit. However, he felt that it was not enough and had to go beyond the limit. Only by going beyond the limit can he achieve the computing power of calculating the avenue. Originally ordinary, it is difficult for a demon god to do such a behavior beyond the limit. Even a demon god as powerful as Furukawa cannot do it, but he is the light of merit given by the origin of chaos. This light of merit has infinite mystery, as if it is a panacea and omnipotent medicine. Like a treasure.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, these lights of merit merged into the Chaos Bagua technique, causing earth-shaking changes in the Chaos Bagua technique. It seemed to have integrated into the origin of chaos. This also improved the computing power of the Chaos Bagua technique, more than billions of times. At this moment, Furukawa felt that his soul was completely integrated into the origin of chaos, as if he had replaced the origin of chaos and was responsible for running the entire chaotic world. Countless laws were used by him. At the same time, his thinking speed reached an extremely terrifying state. Even the speed of light is not enough to describe such calculation speed. It seems that only 1 second has passed in the outside world, but hundreds of millions of epochs have passed in the world of the Sea of Consciousness. Found it. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe hundreds of epochs have passed. After endless calculations, Furukawa finally found the only way to the light among the endless forks.
Boom.
In an instant, Furukawa's the soul, mana, and the body of the primitive ancient snake all vibrated. It seemed that the three of them had reached the same strange frequency, which was the rhythm of the avenue, emitting bursts of strange sounds of the avenue. A breakthrough is coming. Furukawa made a sound of excitement. After infinite series of calculations, he was finally going to transform from the realm of laws to the realm of avenue. This is an earth-shaking change, just like being promoted from a mortal to an immortal. This seems to be a matter of course. Is the result of years of practice. Rumble. The next second, the runes of laws in the depths of a sea of consciousness began to transform. They were spinning, seeming to be devouring the endless energy deep in the origin of chaos. Law message. Then one of the law runes underwent earth-shaking changes. That was the law of yin and yang. I saw it quickly transformed from a black and white sphere into a black and white book, which seemed to record countless the message of the law of yin and yang revealed densely packed demonic characters and yin and yang runes. This is not an ordinary book, but a Taoist scripture that can only be written after mastering the Taoism. Why do many saints in later generations do this after they become enlightened? Taoist scriptures that describe oneself, such as Laozi, the Tao Te Ching of Dao Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan's Yunji Qizhuan, Yuanshi Sutra of Original Tianzuan, and the 100,000 Buddhist sutras of Zhuangti and Jiaying saints, etc. These are all it is the Taoist scripture written by their understanding of the Tao.
This is also the embodiment of their Tao.
But this is just the beginning. As the first law rune transforms, the second causal rune transforms into cause and effect. The Book of Chaos. The third rune of Chaos transformed into the Book of Chaos. The third rune of Time transformed into the Book of Time.
Wow.
The runes of law deep in Furukawa's Sea of Consciousness are going crazy. The transformation from law runes to Tao Sutra, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The transformation of each law rune represents his control of an avenue. In fact, if he only controls one avenue, according to Furukawa's background and qualifications, it will definitely not take so long, nor will it take so much effort. It is because his background is too rich. Once when you advance to the realm of saints, many laws in the depths of the Sea of Consciousness will undergo transformation at the same time. The difficulty of breaking through can be imagined.
Bohm.
With Furukawa's original ancient snake body as the center, the chaotic void with a radius of hundreds of millions of light years is boiling, forming a terrifying chaotic vortex, and endless chaotic energy swarmed towards Chaos City. In an instant, this also increased the energy intensity of the entire Chaos City by more than 1 billion times. What happened? Many demon gods in the Chaos City were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying chaos phenomenon before. Even when Furukawa preached 3 times, it did not happen. Could it be that the chaos treasure was born? Some demon god guessed. No, it's not the chaos treasure. There is no aura of the chaos treasure around. It should be the Chaos City Lord who is practicing. Holy shit, just practicing can cause such terrifying visions. It's so scary. Could it be that the Chaos City Lord's cultivation level is about to break through again? No way. The Chaos City Lord was already incredibly powerful, and now he has made a breakthrough. Do you still want us to live? How strong do you have to be before you give up? Many demon gods were talking about it and were shocked just looking at the many strange phenomena that occurred in Chaos City. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 121. No matter how surprised these chaos demon gods are, Furukawa's breakthrough is still in the process.
Wow.
Huge amounts of chaotic energy swarmed in, and every cell in Furukawa's body was greedily devouring and absorbing them, as if he had been hungry for countless days. No matter how much, he accepted them all. Moreover, these chaotic energies are simply a drop in the ocean compared to the huge body of the primitive ancient snake. Energy, too little. At this moment, Furukawa discovered that the chaotic energy derived from devouring it alone was not enough to support him to break through to the realm of a saint, nor was it enough to transform the laws. If he could only control one avenue, perhaps this chaotic energy could still enough, but obviously he is not just controlling one avenue, so the chaotic energy required is simply increasing at a geometric rate. Because of this, if a quasi-sage wants to be promoted to the realm of a saint, he not only needs to have a perfect understanding of the law, and at the same time, it is necessary to accumulate a huge amount of energy, which is enough to support the energy consumption from the quasi-sage breakthrough to the saint realm. If the energy is insufficient and the breakthrough fails this time, then it will be extremely difficult to break through again. Fortunately, Furukawa, because of 3 lectures Tao, he got a lot of light of merit. With such a large amount of light of merit, even if he squandered it casually during this period, he only consumed less than 1% of it. That's why he has such a strong savings. Confidently promoted to the realm of saints. The light of merit. With a thought, Furukawa immediately mobilized the light of merit in the depths of his consciousness. Suddenly, wisps of light of merit from the origin of chaos poured into his body of the original ancient snake. And just a ray of light of merit contained the chaotic energy, which is equivalent to the fact that he has been cultivating for dozens of epochs. At this moment, there are at least hundreds of millions of rays of light of merit in the depths of the Sea of Consciousness, and the chaotic energy contained in it is so huge that it scares the devil to death.
Bohm.
After receiving abundant chaotic energy, The breakthrough was natural, and the entire body of the primitive ancient snake seemed to be bathed in the energy ocean of the golden light of merit. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of epochs have passed. This time Furukawa's promotion process was too long, taking hundreds of epochs. During this time, the entire Chaos City was enveloped in rich, chaotic energy. Of course, this has also brought huge benefits to countless demon gods staying in Chaos City, especially those weak demon gods. They can swallow up many times more chaotic energy than before. This is a bit like staying in a holy land of cultivation. Finally got promoted. Furukawa's eyes showed a frightening light. After hundreds of years of cultivation breakthroughs, more than 99% of the light of merit in him was consumed, leaving only a small part of the light of merit. No one can imagine that. How much chaotic energy did he spend to break through to the Saint Realm? If he were an ordinary demon, he wouldn't have to spend so much energy, but Furukawa chose the most difficult path to break through in order to create the perfect foundation for the avenue.
Boom. Just like that.
At this moment, when the last law rune transformed into a Tao Sutra, his whole body shook and resonated with the origin of chaos. Vaguely, Tao Sutras also appeared in the depths of Furukawa's sea of consciousness. Blooming with infinite light and containing the charm of Taoism, each Tao Sutra represents a Tao in the chaos. And there are 49 such Tao Sutras, which is equivalent to his control of 49 Tao. To knowing that ordinary demon gods can control one avenue to advance, they are considered the pride of heaven. Even though there are only a handful of existences in the entire chaos, there are only 3,000 such demon gods in future generations. Among them, there are also some powerful demon gods who can control to the promotion of 3 avenues is even rarer among the rare. And there are only a few who can master the promotion of 9 avenues. Like Furukawa, who has just been promoted to the realm of saints, he has controlled the existence of 7 or 49 avenues. It is simply unprecedented, and this also created his perfect saintly foundation and the foundation of the Great Road. 49 avenues. Furukawa's eyes showed a terrifying light. He felt the message of the 49 avenues emerging from the depths of his consciousness. The tyranny of this force was unprecedented. The avenue of creation, the avenue of time, and the space. The avenue of stars, the avenue of gold, the avenue of wood, the avenue of water, the avenue of earth, the avenue of fire, the avenue of chaos, the avenue of cause and effect, the avenue of yin and yang, the avenue of light, the avenue of darkness, the avenue of devouring, the avenue of wind and the avenue of thunder, the avenue of chaos, the avenue of plague, the avenue of hunger, the avenue of sound. Each avenue emerged in the depths of his consciousness and seemed to be easily controlled by him. He suddenly mastered the most fundamental power in chaos. 774 19 avenues emerged in the depths of his consciousness, seeming to be integrated into each other, as if they formed the basis of a complete world's avenues. This was simply a perfect cycle, the foundation of a perfect avenue, which seemed to be the foundation of a complete world. For a forbidden formation, the avenue and the power of the avenue echo each other, which is unfathomable. Too strong. Furukawa was very excited. He felt that his power was more than 1 billion times stronger than before. If he were himself now, he would probably be able to kill his previous self hundreds of millions of times with just a breath. And the power of the Tao is not the power of law at all. It can be compared. For example, if the law of fire encounters the avenue of fire, it will be defeated in an instant. The avenue of fire is the emperor and the master, in charge of the life and death of all the power of fire. As for the flame, the law is just a part of the avenue, just one of its subjects. If the king wants his subjects to die, they have to die. This is the terrifying power of the avenue, which is equivalent to a master. Even if he uses one of his avenues, he can instantly spreading out of the Tao realm and shrouding it. All the demon gods will be deprived of their power and easily suppressed. Even the relatively powerful quasi-sage can suppress almost 80% of the power. In this way, how can other demon gods compete with the demon gods who master the Tao? The saying that all saints are ants is not false, but a cruel reality. In fact, the gap between them is greater than any demon imagined. At this moment, Furukawa seemed to feel something. When he looked up, he saw through everything with his eyes that knew everything and directly reached the depths of chaos. In an instant, a door to the avenue suddenly appeared above Chaos City. The gate is engraved with dense runes of the law of chaos. This gate seems to open the way to the origin of chaos. It contains infinite source energy and information about the avenue, which is the root of chaos. The reason why the gate of the avenue appears is because Furukawa was promoted to the realm of saints, which caused the resonance of the origin of chaos, and the resulting chaos phenomenon caused the origin of chaos to produce gifts. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 122. A Gift from the Origin of Chaos. Furukawa suddenly realized that in fact, every demon god who is promoted to the realm of a saint, masters the avenue, and resonates with chaos will receive gifts from the source of chaos. It's just based on the difference in strength and background, how much gift he gets from the source of chaos. It's different. However, he has mastered 49 avenues for advancement, forming a perfect foundation for the avenues. The gifts he received from the source of chaos are simply unimaginable. In an instant, the door to the avenues opened, and inside there was chaos, followed by huge chaos source energy, source laws, rules of the avenue, the secrets of chaos and other energies pouring down like landslides and tsunamis. Such a scene was like the sky and the earth were falling apart. The sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and even countless things in the sky, the stars, all fell down at the same time. The scene could not be described in words. Every ball of chaotic energy fell like a planet, containing incomparable power. Holy shit, what happened? The many demon gods who were practicing quietly in the Chaos City were completely confused at this moment. They had no idea what was going on. Such chaotic phenomena were simply unheard of. They were dumbfounded, looking at such a scene. If they were not in Chaos City, they would have run away in an instant, even if the doomsday came. Moreover, such chaotic phenomena covered hundreds of millions of light-years in radius, and the entire chaotic world was boiling, no matter where they were hiding. The local demons can feel the tremors of this chaotic energy. The chaotic energy is too huge. What method was used to gather so much chaotic energy? It's too extravagant. When many demon gods saw this scene, their eyes widened. The chaotic energy pouring out from the depths of the avenue gate simply formed huge stars. The stars condensed by such energy were all it has surpassed hundreds of millions. If they had practiced hard, they probably wouldn't have known how many yuanhui it would take to successfully condense it, but now they seem to be falling down for free. How could such a huge avenue of information and law information fall down like this? But what makes the demon gods even more jealous and crazy is that what surges out from the gate of the avenue is not only the energy of chaos, but also the many laws and avenue messages deep in the origin of chaos. Such things for the demon gods, it is the most important thing. Normally, these law messages and Tao messages require hard cultivation, and the soul is integrated into the origin of chaos. This is the case with the 3,000 demon gods who achieved enlightenment in later generations. They killed almost all the weak demon gods in the chaos, leaving only 3,000 powerful demon gods. Maybe there are some fish that have slipped through the net, but they are very few. It is precisely because of this that the chaos world has basically not left a word in later generations, only the legend of 3,000 demon gods. But things are different now. These overlord-level demons no longer need to hunt other demons to grow. They grow through cultivation, understanding the laws, and understand the method of cultivation. This also allowed them to grow by leaps and bounds and comprehend a large number of the origin laws of chaos. At the same time, it also gave other weak demon gods a chance to survive and breathe so that they would not be killed like endangered rare animals like later generations. Billions of epochs after Furukawa attained enlightenment, a second demon god finally attained enlightenment. Rumble. In an instant, a burst of sound of the great avenue vibrated, alarming the entire chaotic world. The buzzing sound spread almost throughout the chaotic world and reached the depths of the sea of consciousness of every demon. I am the first ray of light in the chaos. I use light to enter the Tao and realize the path of light. My God is called the Lord of Light. I will soon establish the City of Light. If you are willing, you can come to Guangming City to discuss the path with me and receive my protection. This voice is full of majesty and contains the meaning of light. It resounds throughout the world. It is called the Lord of Light. It is the first ray of light of chaos and seems to tear apart the void of chaos. Really or not, apart from the Lord of Chaos City, there is finally a second demon god who has attained the great Tao. When they heard this, many demon gods were shocked. Although they also knew that the Lord of Chaos City could not be the only one to achieve enlightenment in the entire chaotic world, there must be other demon gods. But hundreds of millions of epochs have passed, and such a long time. Let them they have forgotten that there are other demon gods who can attain enlightenment. Even if this attainment is not as shocking as that of the Lord of Chaos City, it is enough to shock countless demon gods. Guangming City? Could it be that the Lord of Light also wanted to build a city to compete with the Lord of Chaos City? A demon god heard these words and noticed the words Guangming City. This was obviously a sign of his intention to bid farewell to Chaos City. It must be so. A demon god said matter-of-factly. Although the Lord of Chaos City is the first demon god to attain enlightenment, other demon gods may come after them. After all, every demon god who attains enlightenment cannot succumb to other demon gods. Many demon gods nodded in agreement. After all, we are all enlightened demon gods. If they appear in Chaos City, wouldn't it mean that they are inferior to others? To put it harshly, it means relying on others. So the enlightened demon gods will definitely building your own city and your own power may not necessarily mean competing with Chaos City, but having your own territory and subordinates is a matter of course. However, it seems that the Lord of Light also plans to open a forum to preach, so what should we do? A demon noticed the last words of the Lord of Light. Of course, go and listen. After all, this is a demon who has attained enlightenment. Even if you don't understand what the other party is saying, it may be of great benefit if you listen. We will also have a chance to attain enlightenment one day in the future. This is indeed the case. Although the Lord of Chaos City gave 3 sermons that shocked chaos and opened up the path of cultivation for our demon god. He can be called a forerunner and a grand master of the sect, but the 3 sermons are too few and not enough at all. Is not that right? We do not expect that such great supernatural beings will continue to preach. Of course, if you have the opportunity to hear the sermons of other enlightened demons, you must go. This is a huge opportunity and should not be missed. Many demon gods are talking about it. They all plan to go to the City of Light and listen to the Lord of Light sermons. Even though the Lord of Light is not as powerful as the Lord of Chaos City, he is still a demon god who has achieved enlightenment. Both in terms of strength and realm, he is far superior to ordinary demon gods. Some weak demon gods were immediately moved, wanting to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the Lord of Chaos City probably would not give his 4th sermon. But before these weak demon gods could start to move, another sound came from the chaos. The sounds of other great avenues buzzed, causing vibrations in the infinite chaotic time and space. I am the darkest demon god of chaos. I am born with darkness. I use darkness to enter the Tao and attain the path of darkness. Aichi is called the Lord of Darkness and is about to establish a dark city. If you are interested, you can come to the dark city to discuss the avenue with me and receive the protection of the Lord of Darkness. The second chaotic voice came, spreading throughout the entire chaotic world, causing the heads of countless demon gods to buzz. Damn it, the 3rd demon god who has attained enlightenment. What the hell is going on? Many demon gods were stunned immediately. When they heard such a sound of the avenue, they basically all came together. Maybe there was a little time difference, but it didn't make much difference to the chaos demon god. In other words, this light, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Darkness basically attained enlightenment together. Chaos is about to turn upside down, and this era is about to change. There is an ancient demon god with a deep tone. He can sense the signs of a magnificent era coming. Different from the previous era of ignorance in the chaotic world, many demon gods at this moment have their own wisdom and experience. I am afraid that the next era will be different. It's the Age of the Gods. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 126. The ancient demon god's idea was indeed correct, and it was exactly as he expected. As the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness attain the Great Tao, dozens of epochs later, the fourth and fifth demon gods also attain the Tao one after another. The sound of the Tao resounded through the chaotic time and space, announcing it to the world. I am the first thunderbolt in chaos. I use thunder to enter the Tao and attain the way of thunder. My name is Thunder God. I am in charge of the punishment of Chaos God. I am about to establish Thunder City. If you are willing, you can come to Leicheng to discuss the way with me and be protected by Thunder God. I was born in the spirit of chaos and disaster. I am the disaster demon god bred by the aura of chaos and disaster. I use disaster to enter the Tao and realize the avenue of disaster. My god is called the Lord of Disaster. I am about to build a city of disaster. If you are willing, you can come to the city of disaster and join me. Explore the avenue and be protected by the Lord of Disasters. I am the first drop of water in chaos. I use water to enter the Tao and realize the great way of water. My god is called Water God. I am about to build Water God City. If you are willing, you can come to Water God City to discuss the great way with me and be protected by my Water God. I am the first ray of flame in the chaos. I use fire to enter the Tao and realize the way of fire. My name is the Lord of the Furnace. I am about to build the City of the Furnace. If you are willing, you can come to the City of the Furnace to discuss the avenue with me and accept me as the Lord of the Furnace. Asylum. The sound of the great avenue almost resounded throughout the entire chaotic world, reaching every demon god in chaos. They were all shaken to the point where their heads were buzzing, and they were at a loss what to do. What happened? Why are there so many demons who have attained the great truth? Some demon gods were stunned immediately. During this period, their heads were buzzing from the shock. The vibrations occurred every 3 to 5 times, which really annoyed them. Originally, it was very rare for demon gods to become enlightened, but now They pop up like bamboo shoots after spring, and they are not 1 or 2 but a bunch. But the reason why so many demon gods appear is normal. After all, not every demon god is like Furukawa, who has accumulated to the state of perfection. Mastered 49 avenues, such a promotion has never been seen in ancient times. Ordinary demon gods are basically promoted after proving 1 avenue, and some may have 3 avenues, but no matter which one, they are promoted, the level is naturally many times easier than that of Furukawa. Moreover, many demon gods have already reached the state of quasi-sage perfection. After Furukawa's 3 sermons and 3 instructions, they were naturally promoted, as if they were enlightened. I do have a question. There are so many enlightened demon gods giving sermons. Which demon god should we go to listen to? A demon god said in annoyance. But this is a happy worry. After all, in ordinary times, there is no chance for them to listen to the demon god sermon, but now, there are a lot of them. This is simply a huge problem for the weak demon god.
Gospel.
Still need to make a choice. A demon god said in a deep voice, "It is better to choose those demon gods that are similar to the laws in your own body to listen to the sermon. After all, the great path they have attained is also similar to the laws in our body, and it sounds understandable. Indeed, if it is the completely opposite law, then our listening will have no effect, and we will not be promoted at all. Fortunately, there are so many enlightened demons, otherwise we wouldn't know how to choose." Many demon gods couldn't help but nod, agreeing with this. As time goes by, demons who have attained the great path appear like bamboo shoots after spring. Voices like this that have attained the great truth will appear once every 100 epochs, and sometimes 3, 4, or even a dozen will appear at the same time at one time. Many ordinary demon gods are basically numb when they hear such a sound. After all, it comes every 3 to 5 times. Damn it, I got promoted to another one. Is it over or not? There are so many demon gods who have achieved enlightenment, and one will appear every once in a while. Damn it, when will I be able to attain enlightenment? I have already perfected the law. It is said that this requires opportunity, and it does not mean that one can be promoted if the law is perfected. Some demon gods have been trapped in this realm for hundreds of millions of years, and they are still unable to achieve enlightenment. Many demon gods were talking about it. They were used to it, but they were still envious, jealous, and hateful of those demon gods who had attained enlightenment. But I heard that those demon gods who have achieved enlightenment will open forums to preach, recruit other demon gods as their subordinates, and will also be protected by them. Do you want to leave Chaos City? Some demon gods are thinking of leaving Chaos City. Although Chaos City is very safe, it lacks a complete cultivation method and no guidance from demon gods who have achieved enlightenment. But those demon gods who have achieved enlightenment are different. They have achieved enlightenment not long ago. It is an important moment for the expansion of power, and all the other demon gods are welcome to join. Even those demon gods who have achieved enlightenment will give some pointers to these demon gods who have joined their own forces. This kind of thing is a big deal for many weak demon gods. What a great thing.
Leave.
Although it is safe to stay in Chaos City, there is still no future. Some demon gods decided to leave Chaos City and go to other places to try their luck. However, there are also many demon gods who do not intend to leave Chaos City, because Chaos City is still the largest gathering place of demon gods in the entire chaotic world, and there are still countless opportunities here. They are reluctant to leave. In the blink of an eye, thousands of epochs have passed. Within this period of time, thousands of demon gods have appeared. Although the number of demon gods who have achieved enlightenment is not countless, it is not uncommon. At this moment, these demon gods who have achieved enlightenment have far surpassed the 3,000 demon gods in later generations. I am afraid that they have reached the number of 6,000 demon gods at this moment. Even as time goes by, there will be more and more demon gods who have achieved enlightenment in this way. It can be said that even Furukawa did not expect that his 3 sermons would bring such earth-shaking changes to the entire chaotic world and allow so many demon gods to attain enlightenment. The chaotic world at this moment is many times more powerful than the chaotic world in the previous life. There are far more demon gods born who can prove the truth, and the overall strength level has increased by more than 100 times. However, this situation also made some weak demon gods feel anxious and uneasy. After all, there are so many demon gods who have achieved enlightenment, but he has not achieved enlightenment. This will put him at a huge disadvantage. If he is disliked by other demon gods, he may be slapped to death. This is just like college students in later generations. Some people say that college students are everywhere now and that college students are worthless, trying to belittle the value of college students. But in fact, this statement completely ignores the feelings of those who have graduated from college, high school, or even junior high school. Because college students are everywhere, but they are not. You can imagine how complicated their hearts are. They dare not say that they graduated from junior high school when they go out. Same thing. Those weak demon gods also feel that this era is getting more and more difficult. When they casually walk in the chaos, they encounter a powerful god. This is simply the era of the gods. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 127. However, the birth of so many enlightened demon gods has also brought about earth-shaking changes in the pattern of the entire chaotic world, and the battles between demon gods and demon gods have become more and more frequent. This actually has a lot to do with Furukawa. The popularity of cultivation methods has led to the use of many ores, treasures, elixirs, etc. in chaos. After all, these treasures are of great benefit to the practice of the devil. Originally, these resources were scattered randomly in the chaotic world, without the devil to seize them, just like stones on the roadside. This is just like the society in the primitive era. Primitive humans will not compete for resources such as gold mines, silver mines, and oil, because this has no effect on primitive humans. But in modern society, these resources are being frantically competed for by humans, even at the expense of launching wars. This is the progress of the times, and it can even be said to be the change caused by the advancement of science and technology. Same thing. In an era when there was no method of cultivation, all demon gods were not interested in these resources because they did not know what the functions of these resources were, so they were naturally useless. But things are different now. This is the age of great cultivation, the age of gods. Naturally, these cultivation resources scattered throughout the chaos will be fully valued by many demon gods. After all, these cultivation resources are non-renewable. Whoever gets more will have more advantages. The faster they practice, the more powerful they will naturally be. In order to compete for these cultivation resources, a fierce war began between the demon gods and the demon gods. The entire chaotic world was filled with flames and blood flowed like rivers. Even to a certain extent, the battles between demons and gods are more chaotic and more intense than when chaos first started. After all, it is now a war between groups and armies, with more numbers and more organized. Because of this, the demon gods in the entire chaotic world unite with each other in order to protect themselves. According to different concepts, they are divided into 3 camps: the Order camp represented by the Lord of Light, the Chaos camp represented by the Lord of Darkness, and the Chaos camp represented by the Lord of Darkness. There is a neutral camp represented by Chaos City. All the demon gods who wanted to avoid this war between gods joined Chaos City to take refuge. This also made Chaos City more lively and became a gathering place for countless demon gods. Today's chaotic world is getting more and more chaotic. A demon god side with emotion. Is not that right? It would have been nice for everyone to practice peacefully, but the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness started a war between gods and were fighting everywhere. Now, no matter where in chaos, it is unsafe. There are demon gods gnashing their teeth. Originally, it could still move around in the chaotic world, but now it is impossible because the chaotic world has been divided into territories one by these powerful demon gods. Any strange demon god who approaches their territory will be regarded as an enemy. To kill, this has also caused many demon gods to no longer be able to approach other demon gods' territories casually, reducing the scope of their activities. Moreover, if one is on the road alone, he may also be attacked by other demon gods. The chaotic world at this moment it was countless times more chaotic than before. Fortunately, there is a neutral place like Chaos City that can accommodate demon gods like us, otherwise we would really have nowhere to go. A demon god side with emotion. It does not advocate order or chaos. It just wants to live quietly and does not want to be involved in the war between the 2 camps of gods. If Chaos City were not here, I am afraid that they would all know place for refuge. If it weren't for the Lord of Chaos City not paying attention to worldly affairs, where would it be for younger generations like the Lord of Light and the Lord of Darkness to show off their power? A demon said with gritted teeth. Is not that right? If the Lord of Chaos City takes action and calls out from above, all these demonic powers will die without a place to die, and they will be fighting for supremacy. Some demons clenched their fists. They felt that the demons of the 2 camps were in a state where there were no tigers in the mountains and monkeys were kings. But they had no choice. After all, they couldn't ask the Lord of Chaos City to do anything. Just let them stay. Chaos City, being protected by Chaos City, is the greatest benefit. They can't ask for too much. But in addition to these unhappy demon gods, there are also some demon gods who have gained enlightenment and are interested in Chaos City, because Furukawa has been in seclusion for too long, to the extent that many of the younger demon gods have forgotten his reputation. Especially after attaining enlightenment, the mentality of those demon gods became a bit inflated and arrogant. Sometimes time can erase everything. What a bullshit Chaos City Lord. He just relies on his fast cultivation speed to be 1 step ahead of all the demon gods and attain the Great Tao. In terms of actual strength, this Chaos City Lord may not be much stronger than other demon gods who have attained enlightenment. Some demon gods began to question Furukawa's strength. After all, Furukawa has been practicing in seclusion in Chaos City. After attaining enlightenment, he never left Chaos City and never appeared at the beginning of the Age of Gods. Therefore, many demon gods began to doubt Furukawa's strength. It's like being a star. Those young internet celebrity fans think that their idols are invincible, have a loud voice on the internet, and are frequently searched. However, some veteran celebrities, because they are very low-key, there is no hype or other things, and it has never been on the hot search. Therefore, those young fans think that the old celebrities are completely outdated and cannot compare with their idols. Because in their eyes, hot search is everything and other all fake. No, you can't say that. After all, the Lord of Chaos City is also a great supernatural power user who pioneered the method of cultivating demons. His strength is still very powerful. It is powerful, but at most it is just one step ahead of other demon gods. After all, everyone has attained enlightenment. Is this Chaos City Lord superior to other demon gods? You are right, I also think that this Chaos City Lord is actually in vain. It is true that hundreds of millions of epochs ago, this Chaos City Lord could still fight a dozen, but now that there are many gods, can he still use a few moves against those powerful gods? Not sure yet. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he can pass a few moves, he is probably one of the powerful gods. The Lord of Light, the Lord of Darkness, and other powerful gods may not be afraid of him. Indeed, without a fight, one would not know what the strength of the Chaos City Lord is, and he might have become a parallel import. It cannot be said that it is a parallel import. It can only be said that times have changed, and there are too many enlightened demons. Many demon gods were talking about it. Deep down in their hearts, they all looked down upon the Lord of Chaos City. They felt that the times had changed, and it was not the time when the ancient demon gods could show off their power. Although this kind of demon gods did not occupy the vast majority, they were only a small minority. It's just a part of it. It can be considered a niche, but there are already signs of this happening. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 128. At this moment, the central dojo of Chaos City.
Boom.
At this moment, the chaotic void shook slightly, producing incredible dimensional fluctuations, but no demons noticed it. It seemed to be higher-level fluctuations. At this moment, Furukawa finally came out of the state of seclusion. He opened his eyes, seemingly revealing infinite divine light, penetrating the origin of chaos, as if there was nothing in the chaos that could be hidden from his eyes. Has it been so long? Furukawa opened his eyes. He felt the endless information of time and space instilled from the depths of the chaos. In just one breath, he knew that hundreds of millions of epochs had passed since he retreated. This retreat was better than before. Any retreat will take a long time. But this is the case after being promoted to the Holy Realm. Each retreat requires more time than before. It may be that hundreds of epochs have passed in just one nap. The concept of time seems to be in Furukawa slowly lost. It can be said that time no longer means much to the saint. It is just a scale used to measure the passage of chaos. But it was worth it after such a long retreat. Furukawa was very satisfied with the condition of the original ancient snake body in his body. After this long retreat, he not only completely mastered the previous 49 avenues. Even after this period of retreat, he digested the 49 avenues from the gate. With the information he obtained about the laws of the avenues, he also mastered more avenues, and his strength went further. At this moment, the number of laws he has mastered has reached 81, and he is not far away from mastering 108 avenues. It can be said that it is close at hand. This is the advantage of having a strong foundation. Compared with other saints, it is much faster to comprehend the laws of the Great Road, and it is also easier to communicate with the origin of chaos. Vaguely, he felt that his consciousness 81 Tao scriptures emerged from the depths of the sea, shining like stars in bursts of light, filled with the breath of Tao. It seems that each Tao scripture records the infinite mysteries contained in this avenue, and it seems that they can all be related to the origin of chaos. Resonance, triggering the infinite power of the origin of chaos. I am too strong now. Furukawa clenched his fists and felt that his original ancient snake body controlled abundant power. It was unprecedented. It seemed that with just one punch, He could explode the time and space and form a black hole. He didn't even know what he was doing now. To what extent he is powerful, he only knows that he seems to be able to create 1,000 worlds and infinitesimal worlds in a single thought. Even the realm of the Great Road that diffuses from him can easily suppress countless demons. The demons under the saints are estimated to be, he can make the opponent disappear into ashes with just one look. At this moment, his primitive ancient snake body has also grown further. From the length of 1 light-year before, it has now grown to the length of 10 light-years. Such a length can already be compared. I have seen the diameter of the Chaos Green Lotus, where Pengu is located before. You must know that this length is extremely terrifying. Even if you travel at the speed of light, it will take 10 years to complete it. This is something that ordinary demons cannot see with the naked eye. The distance is less than the end. If his original ancient snake body completely appeared in the chaotic void, it would be an insurmountable high wall that no demon would be able to cross. It seems like I can transform now. Furukawa's heart moved. After mastering the 81 avenues, he has understood all the mysteries of the devil's body, mastered the endless information about the evolution of flesh and blood, and can easily control every cell in his body. Transformation is very important to Furukawa now. It was as easy as a piece of cake. In an instant, his extremely huge primitive ancient snake body shrank rapidly, and it seemed that it was condensed together in an instant. The volume shrank and the density increased greatly.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, Furukawa immediately transformed into the human form as a young man wearing Taoist robes. He is 1.9 meters tall and has an ordinary appearance. He seems to be seen everywhere, but a special swastika appears between his eyebrows, as if it is a symbol of chaotic merit. This symbol contains the infinite mystery of the origin of chaos, symbolizing infinity. At the same time, his eyes appear dark gold, and infinite chaos runes seem to appear in the depths of his pupils, as if he has recorded a series of supreme Taoist scriptures and seems to have insight into everything. The mystery of... So that's it. This is the human form. Is this the body of the great Tao? Sure enough, after transforming into a human form, it became much easier to comprehend the laws of the Great Avenue. Furukawa suddenly realized that after transforming into a human form, he suddenly felt that it was easier to comprehend the laws of the Tao than when he was in the body of the original ancient snake. This is because the human form is the body of the Tao, with the head above the sky, feet on the ground, and both hands the feet are spread apart to form a stable triangle symbol, which allows the energy in the body to form a complete triangle cycle of energy, and spirit. In such a special state, the soul, mana, and body have a special resonance, and form one body. In this state, it can also make the human form resonates with the origin of chaos, and can more easily integrate one's soul into the origin. This is actually a special cultivation posture. But other demonic bodies cannot do this. Some people say that the word human is in chaos. The world should not have appeared. Only after the snails created humans, the word human would appear in this world. In fact, this is a wrong statement. The word human had already appeared when the demons could transform. Well, human beings represent the body of the Great Road in the form of demons. This is actually a pictogram. To put it simply, it is just a pattern. It was only after the passage of time that it evolved into words. Human beings, in fact, are another from a humanoid perspective. It is a human-like creature. That is to say, when human beings were first born, they were regarded as human-like creatures by other prehistoric monsters. Over time, human beings have become synonymous with a race. Therefore, the word human is used in chaos. The time has come. It seems that in the future, he will turn into a human form to practice and comprehend the great truth, and when fighting, he will turn into the body of a primitive ancient snake. Furukawa also understood a little about the practices of the great monsters in the future. In fact, this is the best approach for them. In normal times, they turn into human forms, swallow the vitality of heaven and earth, comprehend the Great Road, and their cultivation speed increases by leaps and bounds. And when fighting, they turn into their own bodies and fight. However, even if Furukawa turns into a human form, it does not weaken the fighting power of his body. For the original ancient snake that has mastered the 81 avenues, it is the strongest no matter what form the body is. By the way, I wonder what the situation is like with Chaos Pearl now. At this time, Furukawa remembered the situation of the Chaos Bead. He had not paid attention to the Chaos Bead for a long time. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 129. When Furukawa's consciousness was immersed in the Chaos Bead, he immediately felt that the Chaos Bead had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. First of all, its area had expanded more than 1,000,000 times than before. Even according to his current state of mind, the vastness of the Chaos Bead space can be felt within the scope of his consciousness. It can be said to be boundless. Although it is not as good as the real chaotic world, it is already known as small chaos. But what surprised him the most was that he was in the Chaos Bead space. The chaotic continent in the center has expanded much more than when he saw it before. The diameter range alone exceeds the distance of 100,000 light-years, which requires 100,000 years to travel at the speed of light. The distance is so vast, how vast it is. Furukawa's original ancient snake body at this moment is only 10 light-years away. If placed on this piece of land, it is just a small speck, and it doesn't count at all. Very lively. In Furukawa's spiritual perception, this chaos continent is also extremely lively at this moment. It is not that kind of barren land. There are dense plants growing almost in every corner of the chaos continent. And these plants are something he has never seen or heard of before. I am afraid that many plants have mutated over such a long time, and through different evolutions, they have grown into various plant species. Interesting. Furukawa blinked and looked over. His all-knowing eyes saw through all the mysteries. He could see all kinds of exotic flowers and plants growing in the Chaos Continent, as well as various elixirs that are billions of years old. There are many of them. Innate purple and golden grapes, innate colorful lotus, innate geranium tree, innate dragon fruit tree, innate moonlight tree, innate nine-tailed rose, laurel tree, etc. He guessed that these plants were probably bred by those plant demons. After all, for the world for plant demons like Shu, no matter how weak they were before, they are much more powerful and have many times deeper bloodline than these innate spiritual plants. Each plant demon is actually equivalent to the ancestor of plants. There also seem to be more elemental elves. Furukawa discovered that with the expansion of the Chaos Continent and the increase in origins, the 5 elements of the entire Chaos Continent have become more intense, more than hundreds of millions of times larger than before. Because of this, the number of 5 elemental spirits born in this Chaos Continent has also become more intense. There are even more. Within the range of his divine consciousness, densely packed elemental elves were born in this continent. Most of them were originally born from the flesh and blood of the 5 elements demon god, and now they have grown into real life. But there are also many elemental elves born the day after tomorrow, which were bred from the original 5 elements of the Chaos Continent. Although this 5 elements of original energy comes from the 5 elements demon god, it is obviously better than the blue now. Compared with the original, the 5 elements demon gods don't know how powerful they are. They are spread all over the forests, land, ores, volcanoes, deserts, and rivers. They seem to have formed tribes one after another, and even countries have formed between tribes. The sun in the sky has become even bigger. The sunlight shines on almost every corner of the entire Chaos Continent. The soft sunlight shines from all directions, full of vitality. It can be said that such a Chaos Continent is more powerful than the prehistoric world in later generations. Don't give in too much. The only difference is that such a chaotic continent does not have the 3,000 laws of the prehistoric world, and it is difficult for the beings growing up in this chaotic continent to understand the power of many laws. And this also makes it difficult for these elemental elves to improve their strength. Life in the prehistoric world was many times weaker. These guys? Furukawa set his sights on the world tree Xianxia and other little Lolita. He immediately discovered that their strength had changed dramatically compared to before. Even if they had not heard him preach, But with the power of the plant demon, with their talents and accumulated practice over time, their cultivation is still improving by leaps and bounds. The World Tree is seen standing in the center of Chaos Continent. Its height has reached 1 trillion kilometers. Its roots are almost rooted in the deepest part of Chaos Continent. Following Chaos, the continent continues to grow. Densely dense leaves grow on its branches, but they are not ordinary leaves, but leaves of the world. Each leaf contains the perfect laws of the world. Vaguely, each leaf contains an independent in the world space. Billions of leaves are billions of worlds, lush and green, containing endless majestic vitality. Emerald green light blooms from her body, pouring down like a waterfall, seeming to form a world barrier, turned into a huge world barrier. Compared with when they first met, the World Tree at this moment has completely grown up, and it is an extremely powerful demon even in the chaotic world. Her cultivation has reached an impressive level. The realm of holy perfection is just one step away from being promoted to the realm of a saint. He is indeed extremely talented. When Furukawa saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This World Tree is indeed one of the most talented demon gods. Even though he has not gone through any battles, he has never heard himself preach. But just relying on his own growth, he can eat well and sleep. After enough sleep and food, you can naturally be promoted to the realm of quasi-sage perfection. This is the limit of ordinary demon gods. But this is just the beginning of the World Tree. This is the importance of talent. If other demon gods see the scene, must be angry to death. However, the growth of other plant-based demons cannot be underestimated. Furukawa looked at other plant-based demons. For example, Star Tree, her talent is second only to the World Tree, and her growth during this period was also very rapid. She was standing in another place on the Chaos Continent, growing to 5,000 with a length of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Countless branches extend out, and the leaves are lush and green, which can be said to cover the sky. But the most amazing thing is that there are dense star fruits growing on her branches. Each star fruit is large or small, and the smallest one is even smaller. The size of an ordinary sun, the largest one is 10,000 times the size of a sun. These star fruits seem to have been completely mature, with billions of star lights emerging, extremely bright. Looking from a distance, it seems like billions of stars are twinkling. From the stars, the tree is filled with huge power of star laws, shaking the void. It is as if the star tree itself is a star universe, giving birth to countless stars. And this is just the star fruit growing on the star tree at this moment. In fact, hundreds of millions of epochs have passed. Every year, every once in a while, the star trees grow countless star fruits. These star fruits are also scattered in every corner of the chaos bead space, floating over the Chaos Continent. They are so densely packed that if you look at them with the naked eye, there are at least 300 billion stars. At the same time, brilliant starlight bloomed, flashing continuously. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 130. Star Fruit. Furukawa looked at the star fruits all over the chaos bead space, and he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy, as if they were countless stars in the universe of his previous life. Although such star fruits cannot be eaten, they have endless uses. If such stars appear in the world of chaos, I'm afraid some very interesting things will happen. Some mysterious ideas seem to flash from the depths of his consciousness. In addition to the Star Tree and the World Tree, the growth of the Poo Demon Tree is also incredible. Although she is not as tall as the Star Tree and the World Tree, she is extremely strange and powerful. She looks like a huge cherry blossom tree, with pink cherry blossoms blooming around her. Looking from a distance, it seems to be endless. The flames are incomparably beautiful, emitting a fragrant fragrance. When the wind blows gently, these petals float in all directions and fall in every corner of the Chaos Continent, as if they are like dandelions, continuing to take root in the land and continue to grow. But these fragrances and petals are extremely dangerous things, containing terrifying, demonic properties. If ordinary demons approach the Poo Demon Tree, they will probably be fascinated and lose control. Naturally, They will become the food of the Poo demon tree and be eaten by them. The demon Poo tree swallows it. Even every petal is a living parasite. If it falls into the body of the demon, it will invade instantly and control these demons to become the puppet of the demon tree. Stargrass. But what makes Furukawa more amazed is the starlight grass. At this moment, the starlight grass occupies the largest land area. Except for deserts and sea areas, basically the land is covered with dense starlight grass. Every starlight grass blooms endlessly. The starlight is extremely bright, and there is an indomitable edge deep inside, hiding terrifying power. It seems that if it breaks out, even the stars in the 9 heavens can be cut in half in an instant. So much starlight the power of the grass burst out at the same time. It is estimated that even the demon god, who has just entered the saint level, will be severely injured. However, such terrifying power can only be emitted once in a short time. After it is consumed once, it will take a long time to replenish it. It can be regarded as a cleansing attack. But even so, the starlight edge that broke out in that moment was still enough to scare countless demon gods. They all seemed to be trapped in the realm of quasi-sage perfection. Furukawa squinted his eyes. He sensed the cultivation level of the little Lolita, such as the World Tree, and the Chaos Bagua technique continued to be deduced. The plant gods and demons such as the Poo demon tree, starlight grass, and star tree have all been promoted to quasi-sage perfection. The realm is only one step away from the realm of saints. However, although it is one step away, there are still many demon gods trapped in this step in the chaos, and they have never been able to break through. Especially those demon gods who have understood the perfection of many laws, because their foundations are too strong, and it is naturally more difficult to break through than ordinary demon gods. This is the case with plant demons such as the World Tree and the Star Tree. They control at least 9 laws in their bodies. If they want to break through, I am afraid it will take one they need to control the 9 avenues. Therefore, if they want to break through to the realm of saints, I am afraid it will take a longer time. In addition to the little Lolita such as the World Tree, the cultivation of other ordinary plant-based demons has also improved by leaps and bounds, and they have all been promoted to the quasi-level. It has reached the holy state, but it has not reached perfection. It is only the early stage of quasi-sage. Well, these guys. Originally, Furukawa wanted to observe, but when his consciousness continued to penetrate and saw the behavior of the World Tree and other little loli, he was speechless and the corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, many elemental elves in Chaos Continent were dispatched. They were beating gongs and drums, seemingly very excited, and singing hymns, as if they were celebrating a celebration. In their hands, they held a large number of precious treasures, such as various exotic fruits growing in the forest, as well as those growing on the ground, various precious minerals, etc. These elemental elves are heading towards the place where the World Tree and other little loli are. They seem to regard these treasures as tributes to the World Tree, Star Tree, and other plant-based demons. He also helped water the roots of the plant-based demons such as the World Tree and the Star Tree, looking like a hard-working servant, serving these plant-based demons with all his heart. Apparently, they have regarded the World Tree and other plant-based demons as their own. The gods of this world will pay tribute to them every once in a while, with great fanfare. But think about it, this is also a normal thing. After all, the demon gods such as the World Tree are much more powerful than these elemental elves, and they are not on the same level at all. Yes, such vast power naturally makes these elemental elves feel awe and think that they are gods. In fact, to mortals their strength is no different from gods. No wonder I have been stuck in quasi-saint perfection for so long without breaking through. Furukawa understood at once. According to the talents of World Tree and the others, if they practice hard, it would not be a strange thing even if they become enlightened at this moment. But now, they are trapped in the realm of quasi-sage perfection. Always there seems to be no breakthrough. This is because these bad Lolita have been completely corrupted and are being served obediently by the elemental elves. They have clothes to put out their hands and food to open their mouths. Moreover, there are always a group of elemental elves singing and dancing, performing various performances. And like this, the corrupt life makes them not even think about moving a step. They eat and sleep all day long. All in all, they have become complete useless demons. No, we can't continue like this, otherwise these guys will really become useless. Furukawa was heartbroken when he saw this scene. He now understands why those parents feel when they see those children who have lost their tuba skills. This is because they hate iron and cannot become steel. And now they have not lost one or two. There were so many of them, and they were all useless.
Whoosh.
Thinking of this, he flashed and immediately came to the world tree and other little loli, and pushed the time forward a little. At this moment, the world tree loli, star tree loli, poo demon tree loli, and other plant-based demon gods gathered together. They looked happy. At this moment, a grand celebration ceremony was being held in the open space. A large number of fruits from all over the Chaos continent are piled up, placed here as if they are free, and the fragrant smell is exuding everywhere. Haha, it's so delicious. I didn't expect that the fruits produced in Chaos continent are so good and come in various flavors. These elemental elves understand my thoughts very well. The star tree loli ate the fruit happily, enjoying it. It's okay, and the taste is just average. I've eaten all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas, and I'm tired of them. The Lolita of the world tree is already a little full, with a round belly and a bulging belly. She is sitting like an emperor with a lazy face. Countless elemental elves are climbing on the body of the world tree, constantly helping to sort out the muscles and bones, as if the massage was average. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 131. This place is simply paradise. There are no natural enemies, and there are servants to serve me. I don't want to move anymore. Even the Lord of Light, the Lord of Darkness, and other powerful gods are in awe of the Lord of Chaos City. These three guys actually dare to take the lead. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. There is no other way. These accomplished demon gods debuted too late and have never listened to the sermons of the Lord of Chaos City. They have relied on their own talents to reach this level. It is normal for them to be a little conceited. Having such a powerful demon talent is indeed a bit of a skill, but if you are too conceited, you are brainless. I don't know how the Lord of Chaos City will handle this matter. I don't know. The Lord of Chaos City has been in seclusion for a long time. He has never appeared until now. He doesn't know what he is comprehending. In Chaos City, many demon gods were talking about it, looking at these three demon gods with amusement. In fact, there are also demon gods in Chaos City. They all looked at this matter with the mentality of watching a good show. To be honest, even these little guys can't break through the defense of Chaos City. Because there was a demon god who tried to attack Chaos City before, but he was severely injured by Chaos City's passive counterattack in an instant, and he has been unable to recover for countless years. Since then, no demons dare to attack Chaos City. It can be said that even if the Lord of Chaos City is not around, the defensive power of Chaos City is enough to stop the attacks of countless demons. After Furukawa's forging, the blessing of various magical powers, and the addition of chaos, the tempering of the light of original merit can be regarded as a treasure of chaos. However, some young demon gods have other ideas. They feel that something good is coming. Haha. Finally, there are other demon gods to challenge the Lord of Chaos City. To be honest, I am still very doubtful about the strength of Chaos City Lord. Even if he has developed a method of cultivating the devil, it does not mean that he will always be invincible to chaos. Indeed, the chaotic world is changing with each passing day, and there are many demon gods who are latecomers. In the past, all the overlord-level demon gods and old guys have been eliminated. Now is the age of the gods. If the Lord of Chaos City is defeated by these three enlightened demons, there will be a good show. Many young demon gods have always doubted the strength of the Chaos City Lord because they have never experienced that era and have never seen the legendary Chaos City Lord. Therefore, they cannot imagine how powerful the Chaos City Lord is. What's the meaning? Three-headed devil dog. What's your look like? How dare a guard dog like you look down on us? Seeing the look in the eyes of the three-headed demon dog, the three-eyed demon monkey, the dark demon, and the Vajra demon pig, their hair immediately exploded. They couldn't stand the mocking eyes of other demon gods. They were just watchdogs, and they had not yet attained enlightenment. Didao, you actually dare to look at yourself like this? It's so disgusting. Little guy, I kindly tell you that you should leave as soon as possible. The Lord of Chaos City is a very stingy guy. If he finds out about this, you will be finished. I was hated in the beginning, and ended up being imprisoned here, guarding the gate for eons. One misstep will lead to eternal hatred. The three-headed devil dog sighed with regret, blaming himself for being young and too impulsive. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 134. Who's to say is stingy? At this moment, a voice came over, and then a figure appeared condescendingly over Chaos City. Chaos City Lord. Hearing this, the three-headed demon dog was stunned. Its body was as stiff as a robot. Its neck twisted around and made a clicking sound. It looked up. Suddenly, it saw a person in human form, wearing a young man in a Taoist robe. Although the young man in a Taoist robe is different from the Chaos City Lord eons ago, after all, Furukawa had not yet transformed at that time. The aura on his body is exactly the same. There is no doubt that this man who is transformed into a human form, the young man, must be the Lord of Chaos City. It's over, I'm already cold. Seeing Furukawa appear, the three-headed devil dog was so regretful that his intestines turned green. This is because trouble comes from the mouth. It will appear sooner or later. It will appear when it speaks ill of the other party. If possible, it would like to be cruel, slap yourself in the mouth and let you talk nonsense. Now it will be miserable, right? The Lord of Chaos City is out of seclusion. At this moment, many demon gods in Chaos City also saw Furukawa in the sky above Chaos City. They were all excited because they had not seen Furukawa for a long time, but they did not expect that he would appear at this time. The young demon god who had never seen Furukawa opened his eyes wide and looked carefully at this legendary figure. I didn't expect that I would be released at this time. I don't know how tyrannical the Lord of Chaos City has become after so many years of seclusion. There's something good to watch now. But why did the Lord of Chaos City turn into a human form when he seemed to have appeared in his true form before? It is probably because this form makes it easier to comprehend the laws of the Great Avenue. Many demon gods were talking about it, and the whole Chaos City was boiling. Even the enlightened demon gods were awakened one after another. They all looked towards the outside of Chaos City, wanting to see the elegance of the Lord of Chaos City. Some enlightened demon gods even wanted to know how tyrannical the Lord of Chaos City is, and I want to find some inspiration from it. After all, the road after attaining enlightenment is extremely difficult, and every step forward takes a lot of time, and it may not be effective. No, that's not the case. I'm not saying that the city lord is stingy, but I am saying that I am stingy. I am just a petty devil who deserves death. The three-headed devil dog cried bitterly. Shut up. Furukawa said calmly to the three-headed demon dog, and a mysterious wave of the avenue arose in the void. What? Originally, the three-headed demon dog wanted to say something, but the next second it suddenly found that it could not speak at all. It seemed that his mouth was sealed, and he couldn't even say a word. This is the magical power created by Furukawa after he completely understood the avenue of sound. Words are spoken as they are spoken. In one sentence, possessing immense magical power, almost omnipotent. The three-headed devil dog was shocked. It originally thought that after practicing for so long, it would shorten the distance between itself and Furukawa, but now it looks like this distance has not shortened, but has increased. Furukawa had to deal with him before. You need to use your hands, but now you don't even need to use your hands. With just one sentence, you can make it docile and unable to move. What kind of magical power is this? It is estimated that no one can be more shocked than it at this moment. You must be the legendary Chaos City Lord. You are here at a great time. At this time, the King Kong demon pig shouted, It just so happens that the three of us want to test your strength and see if you are as powerful as the legend. It is filled with the terrifying power of King Kong Avenue, and it seems to have formed a realm of King Kong Avenue, blooming with golden light, and it is simply indestructible. The huge body of King Kong is filled with terrible destructive power, like a battle tank in a chaotic world. If the car collides with it, even the whole world will be easily collapsed, torn into pieces, and completely shattered by it. However, it seems that this guy is not as powerful as the legend. He may be very famous, but in fact he is not very powerful. He is a parallel import and is not our opponent at all. The dark cat looked at Furukawa with great disdain, because it could not sense the breath of a powerful demon from Furukawa, as if he was a weak demon. It felt that if the legendary Chaos City Lord was like this, it would be able to swallow him in one bite. Lord of Chaos City, take action. The three-eyed demon monkey shouted loudly, his eyes filled with endless fighting intent and murderous intent. Show your true form and let me see what the strongest demon in the chaotic world is capable of. The power of the three avenues of earth, wind, and fire pervaded from it. The pupils of the three eyes were rotating, erupting into three realms of avenues, intertwined with each other, and producing the tyrannical power of the avenues. The pupils of many enlightened demon gods in Chaos City shrank and their faces became serious. Although these three enlightened demon gods are very reckless and try to challenge the Lord of Chaos City, the strength of these three-eyed demon monkeys cannot be overshadowed. Just from these three eyes the power of the three avenues burst out from the demon monkey, which is enough to prove that the opponent's combat power is tyrannical. It is definitely extraordinary and can be regarded as the elite among the demon gods. If they face this three-eyed demon monkey, they don't have much chance of winning. Show your true self. Hearing this, Furukawa suddenly laughed and looked at the three-eyed monkey and other demon gods. You may have misunderstood. To deal with you, you don't need to show your true body at all, and you don't even need to move. Arrogant, Chaos City Lord, you are too arrogant. The three-eyed demon monkey suddenly became furious. It has never been underestimated like this since it was born. This is simply a great shame. It roared. In this case, I will demolish your Chaos City today and beat you half to death. Rumble. The three demon gods, the three-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat, all attacked at the same time. They were completely angry. This abominable Chaos City Lord was so rampant that even the three demon gods who were able to deal with them did not show their true colors. I really underestimated them. This time they must make this hateful Chaos City Lord look good and know that they are not easy to mess with. In an instant, terrifying power of the avenue burst out from them, triggering chaotic time and space in all directions. Trembling, trying to blast out towards Furukawa and Chaos City, blowing up Chaos City and Furukawa together. All demon gods can feel the terrifying power of demon gods, such as the three-eyed demon god. They are worthy of being enlightened demon gods. This strength is not false, enough to surpass many demon gods. Do not move. Furukawa stood in the sky above Chaos City and said these three words faintly. Hum. In an instant, with his body as the center, the space and time with a radius of millions of light years came to a standstill, and even time seemed to be here. It seemed like it was frozen for a moment. The three-eyed demon god, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat were immediately stunned. They found that they really couldn't move, and even the energy in their bodies couldn't move at all. It seemed that this space-time was because of Furukawa's words. Was imprisoned all of a sudden. The primitive ancient snake. Chapter 135. No, are you kidding me? Just one sentence made time and space stop. At this moment, countless demon gods in Chaos City saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Even if they had seen the Lord of Chaos City take action, this scene was still beyond their imagination. After all, these three were not ordinary demon gods, but enlightened demon gods, control the existence of the avenue, and are many times more powerful than the previous quasi-holy level demon gods. They admit that the strength of the Chaos City Lord is the first in chaos, but they are not as powerful as this level. Facing the demon god who has gained the Tao, he actually made the opponent immobile and unable to exert any strength with just one sentence. How powerful is the Lord of Chaosity? Isn't even the demon god who has the Tao completely no match for him? Brother Tao, how big a gap do you think there is between us and the Lord of Chaosity? A Taoist demon god asked. You can't see it, so big that you can't even see the gap. The other demon god who attained Taoism shook his head, with bursts of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Many demon gods suddenly felt a little desperate because if they could see the gap, it meant there was hope of catching up. But now they can't even see the gap. Let's ask how they can catch up. They don't know how far away they are from the Lord of Chaos City and how they should catch up. Especially some young demon gods, they were still questioning the strength of the Lord of Chaos City before, thinking that he was a demon god with a false name. There shouldn't be much difference between them and the Lord of Chaos City. But now, there are 3 demon gods who have achieved enlightenment. These are 3, and they are not just cabbages that can be seen everywhere. And the Lord of Chaos City just said a word, and the 3 demon gods who achieved enlightenment were completely ignored. Without the power to fight back, they were imprisoned like ants. What a strength! Just seeing this scene, they all felt suffocated and couldn't even speak. This is the strongest force of chaos. Sure enough, attaining enlightenment is not the end for us demons, it is just the beginning. There is no end to our practice. Some demon gods feel desperate, but some demon gods are extremely excited. Because everything in chaos is unknown, many demon gods think that after attaining enlightenment, it is the end and there is no way to become stronger. This is the limit of demon gods. But now, those demonic powers are all wrong. The Lord of Chaos City has used his strength to tell all the demons that it is only the beginning after attaining enlightenment, and the 100,000-mile-long march is the first step. The demon gods in Chaos City were just sighing, shocked, and unbelievable. They were just people watching the fun, but the 3-eyed demon monkey, the diamond demon pig, and the dark cat who were imprisoned by Furukawa were in despair. Extreme despair. It's impossible. Why can't we move? Move it, move it. The Vajra demon clan roared with a ferocious expression. It tried to activate the Vajra Avenue in its body to break through the shackles of this chaotic time and space, but there was nothing it could do. It was like a mosquito that was put into a glass bottle. No matter how hard it tried, it is unable to break through the constraints of time and space. The power of such constraints far exceeds the upper limit of its strength. This is just like ants cannot knock down a big tree no matter what. The gap between them is too big. How could the Lord of Chaos City be so powerful? The dark cat is desperate, extremely desperate. Originally, it thought that with the power of its 2 companions, even if it could not defeat the Chaos City Lord, it could escape unscathed. But now, a face-to-face is just a face-to-face effort. They were imprisoned in an instant before they even started to take action. If they are killed by the Lord of Chaos City now, they will probably be the Taoist demon god who will die the worst. If there is regret medicine to take, kill it. They don't even dare to challenge the Lord of Chaos City. A small character like him actually dares to stupidly risk the world's disapproval to do such a thing. What a stupid behavior this is. It is really the ignorant who are fearless. No wonder other chaos demon gods are so stupid. It's like watching a joke. It's like the Lord of Light, the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of the Furnace, and other powerful gods don't dare to offend Chaos City in the slightest, and consciously avoid the territory where Chaos City is located. Is there no reason for this? But they seem to be deceived. They didn't expect this at all, and they came to challenge them stupidly. What a senseless behavior. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now.
Impossible.
How could the gap between us be so big? It's simply impossible. How could it be so big that it's so desperate? What's going on? The other 2 demon gods are still fearful and desperate, but the 3-eyed demon monkey has completely collapsed because it was so confident before coming and controlled the 3 avenues. Except for those powerful gods, it can simply walk sideways. It also thinks that at least he could escape unharmed in front of the Chaos City Lord. But now, as soon as he came face to face with him, he lost all his fighting power with just one word, imprisoning his whole body and unable to use any strength. Just now, he was still angry with the Chaos City Lord. It's a great shame that he didn't use his true body to fight with himself. Now think about it carefully. It's a good thing that he didn't show his true body, otherwise they would be cold when you blow on them. How could you roar here? Is this the strongest chaos? The three-eyed demon monkey was extremely shocked. At this moment, it truly felt the weight of the title of the strongest in chaos. It was an insurmountable mountain. You must know how many chaos demon gods there are and how many powerful gods there are. But this Chaos City Lord is above all, claiming to be the strongest, but no demon dares to question how important this is. It is like a monkey that just walked out of its own village and has never seen the vast world outside, clamoring to become the strongest. However, it did not fully understand the meaning of chaos being the strongest, which is an undisputed, irrefutable, overwhelming, and invincible force.
It is still far behind now. Far. Sal.
At this moment, Furukawa stood in the sky above Chaos City, looking at the three demon gods who had completely collapsed, and said two words.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, 3 Chaos Seal runes emerged from the depths of the Chaos Void, and each Chaos Seal rune contains 3,000 threads of law, as if it is a complete law of the universe.
Boom.
The next second, these 3 Chaos Seal runes instantly disappeared into the three-eyed demon monkey, Dark Cat, and the 3 great devils, the King Kong, the demon pig, and the
Dao demon god.
The power on them is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With just one breath, their strength has dropped to the realm of human immortals. And such strength is very important to the chaos at this moment. As far as the demon god is concerned, he is as weak as a chicken. This is no different from completely losing his power. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 136. The power in me has been sealed. It's over, it's completely over. The 3 demon gods, the three-eyed demon monkey, the diamond demon pig, and the dark cat, screamed in despair. If it was before, they could have resisted, but even their own cultivation has been sealed, so there is really no chance. The power of resistance. By then, not only the Lord of Chaos City, but other demon gods will also be able to kill him easily. A bunch of idiots who have long said not to come and die. They are still too young. The 3-headed demon dog shook his head. When he was young, he was too impulsive. He didn't know what it meant to shoot the first bird and foolishly followed other demon gods to kill the Lord of Chaos City. As a result, he now ended up like a guard dog. Of course, it is different from the previous demon gods. In comparison, I am at least quite lucky. After all, I am not dead yet, and I have become the watchdog of Chaos City. Even the righteous demon gods have to respect me when they see me. It's cold. These 3-headed demons are cold. Really, if you successfully attain the Tao of the demon god to the outside world, it would be like walking sideways and trying to stay alive to fend the Lord of Chaos City. Is this not seeking death or something else? Is not that right? You are still too young. You have gained enlightenment too quickly. You don't know the dangers of chaos. There are so many masters, and you want to cause trouble with such little strength. You really haven't considered your own weight. I don't know what the Lord of Chaos City will do to these 3 idiots. Will they be steamed or boiled? At this moment, many demon gods in the Chaos City shook their heads when they saw this scene. A big drama ended like this. It was really loud and heavy, and the rain was small, and it couldn't stir up any waves. But if you think about it carefully, this is also a normal thing. A few young demon gods want to overthrow the throne of the Chaos City Lord. Isn't this a joke? Thinking about it with your knees, you think this is impossible. In fact, Furukawa is also thinking about how to deal with these 3-headed demon gods. To be honest, it is very simple to eat them in one bite, but at his level, eating a few small demons will not actually help his cultivation very much. It can be said that they are useless. Forget it. Let's stay and be the guard dog of Chaos City. After thinking about it carefully, Furukawa still felt that he should spare their lives. because he thought that there were not many guards in Chaos City at the moment. If there were more enlightened demon gods who wanted to challenge him in the future, wouldn't it be his own responsibility all the time? He needs to take action at all times. But it is different to let the 3 demon gods guard the gate. If other demon gods want to come to Chaos City to cause trouble, they have to weigh it carefully and know how much weight they have. This can help him solve a lot of troubles. Of course, if they would rather die than give in, they could just eat them. There are plenty of demon gods in the chaos who are willing to guard the door. Do you want to die or live? Thinking of this, Furukawa looked down at the 3-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat. His voice seemed to be the sound of the great avenue, buzzing and resounding throughout the world. If you want to live, of course you want to live. The 3-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat are all nodding their heads. They are not the kind of demons who are willing to die. Moreover, they have just attained enlightenment and have not lived enough yet.
Why do they want to die?
Well, if you come to invade Chaos City, you'll be spared the death penalty, but you will not be able to escape the punishment of living. From now on, you will guard the other 3 portals of Chaos City. You must be loyal and conscientious until I am satisfied before I can stop this punishment.
Furukawa said.
What? After hearing this, the 3-eyed demon monkey, the diamond demon pig, and the dark cat all turned green. Before, they still despised the 3-headed demon dog as the guard dog of Chaos City. They had disgraced all the demon gods.
Face.
But now they have been demoted to the role of gatekeepers. This is simply a crushing turn. The 3-headed devil dogs, they are all left to you to deal with. You are their leader. If you make any mistakes, just deal with them and don't die. Furukawa said calmly. Yes, City Lord. The 3-headed demon dog was ecstatic. It was originally a guard dog and it was boring. Now it has 3 more men to bully. How comfortable it is. Moreover, they are also enlightened demons. Bullying will give you a greater sense of accomplishment. No, do not want. The 3-eyed demon monkey, the diamond demon pig, and the dark cat screamed, extremely desperate. They knew that if they fell into the hands of the 3-headed demon dog, the next days could be imagined. Hee, come with me. The 3-headed demon dog laughed evilly, and with a slight scratch of its claws, it instantly caught the 3-eyed demon monkey, the diamond demon pig, and the dark cat. At this moment, their cultivation levels were sealed, so naturally they were not the 3-headed demon dog's opponent. Interesting. Seeing the 3-headed demon dogs taking them away for education, Furukawa stopped paying attention. He focused on the wisps of black mist he just found from the 3-headed demons. This was the energy of the inner demon. When sealing them, these 3 rays of inner demon energy ran out and fell into his hands. In fact, the reason why the 3-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat seemed to have been deceived in their minds was that they ran over stupidly. Chaos City challenged itself because the inner demons in the body were triggered. Originally, they were a bit arrogant, and coupled with the stimulation of the inner demons, their heads became hot, so they came to Chaos City to find trouble. This is the energy of the inner demon. Could it be the demon god who controlled the demon god of chaos, plague demon and hunger demon last time? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. It's interesting. I let you go last time, but you dare to come to trouble me this time. Well, let me see where you are hiding. Supernatural power technique. The great cause and effect technique. In an instant, he performed the great cause and effect technique, and suddenly dense lines of cause and effect appeared in the void of chaos. Each line of cause and effect was connected to every demon in the chaos.
Whoosh.
Then, Furukawa saw the lines of cause and effect of these 3 rays of inner demon energy extending out and penetrating into the chaotic void. He did not know how many light years they extended.
Boom.
The next second, these 3 rays of inner demon energy, the lines of cause and effect, finally converged at an intersection and hit the invisible demon god whose whole body was covered with black mist. Obviously, this demon god is the master of inner demons, and its strength at the moment is also extraordinary. In terms of strength, He is no less powerful than the Lord of Light, the Lord of Darkness, and other powerful gods. Lord of Inner Demons, I finally found you. Furukawa smiled slightly, and immediately he wanted to take action, using the great cause and effect technique, mobilizing countless threads of cause and effect, trying to capture the master of the inner demon. Damn it! Lord of Chaos City, it's you again. What is this power, and how did you find me? The Lord of the Inner Demon seemed to sense a great danger, and couldn't help but scream. He felt that if he was caught by the thread of cause and effect, he would probably die. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 137.
Boom.
Feeling this huge crisis, the Lord of the Inner Demon made a decisive decision and immediately self-destructed. His whole body exploded and turned into billions of wisps of inner demon mist, fleeing towards the chaotic void in all directions. Ran. Furukawa raised his eyebrows. He sensed that the Lord of the Inner Demons actually escaped in an instant and turned into millions of inner demon mists. He seemed to hide deep in the hearts of countless demon gods and temporarily hide himself. It was originally a demon god. The causal threads of the roots turned into billions of roots in an instant. It was impossible to know which one was the real master of the inner demons. Maybe all of them were. After all, the master of the inner demons had billions of clones, and each of them was a clone. But each one is also an entity. It's interesting that there is such a way to escape. It seems that the master of the inner demon is difficult to kill and can only be sealed. Furukawa was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Lord of the Inner Demon to be so difficult to deal with. This is an extremely special demon god, born from the inner demons deep in the hearts of countless demon gods. As long as the demon god is not dead, the inner demon will remain. The master will not die. It can be said that this is a different kind of immortal body. Even a saint cannot kill it. Even if its body can be destroyed in an instant, it can recover from another inner demon, reborn in it. If you have to destroy the Lord of Inner Demons, you may have to kill all the demons of chaos to succeed. The only way to limit it is probably to seal the Lord of Inner Demons. After all, although inner demons are everywhere, but there is only one will. As long as the will of the Lord of the Inner Demons is sealed, it will not be able to gather any power of the inner demons. If we meet again next time, we must find a way to seal it completely to avoid causing trouble everywhere. Furukawa's body flashed, and he returned to the central dojo again. All of a sudden, Chaos City returned to its previous calm. At this moment, the body of the Lord of the Inner Demon appeared in another chaotic void and gathered together again. It was frightened and angry. The abominable Chaos City Lord was almost caught, just a tiny bit away. How could this Chaos City Lord be so terrifying? Even though we were separated by such a long distance, they were able to find me. How tyrannical is this bastard city lord? The Lord of the Inner Demon gnashed his teeth and was filled with resentment. To be honest, after such a long time, it has also been promoted to the realm of saints. It thinks that its strength has greatly improved, so it thinks that it should be able to compete with the Lord of Chaos City. But it is quite the cautious demon god would naturally not take action personally if he wanted to deal with the Lord of Chaos City. Otherwise, if it failed, wouldn't it be in trouble? So it made careful plans and used the heart magic to make the three-headed demon god fall into the state of inner demons. To add fuel to the flames, let them test the Chaos City Lord to see how big the difference in strength between them is. But as soon as they tested it, they instantly brought huge trouble to themselves. This Chaos City Lord is actually so tyrannical that he can, according to the energy of the inner demon in the three-headed demon god, he followed the line of cause and effect and extended an unknown distance of many light years to directly find his own body. And this terrifying magical power makes the owner of the inner demon terrified. This is simply a monster. But after this trial, the Lord of the Inner Demons also understood that after so many years of practice, the gap between them has not only not narrowed, but has also increased sharply. What a bunch of trash. They didn't even try out the Chaos City Lord's trump card. The Lord of the Inner Demon cursed loudly. Although it knew that the strength of the Chaos City Lord was unfathomable at this moment, it was of no use because it couldn't see where the ceiling of the Chaos City Lord's strength was. It was all the fault of those 3 useless demons. He was destroyed in an instant, and there was no way for the Lord of Chaos City to use much strength, and he even suffered from it. To be honest, at the moment when the Lord of Chaos City was about to catch him, the Lord of Inner Demons really felt that he was going to die. If it is really bound by the thread of cause and effect, it will probably be picked up like a chicken unable to move, and it will not be able to make any waves at all. It is not afraid of death, because nothing in the chaos can kill it himself. But it was afraid of being captured and sealed. After losing its freedom, it would be worse than death. Damn Lord of Chaos City, you won this time, but next time I will definitely make you look good. It is impossible for me, the Lord of Inner Demons, to always lose. The Lord of Inner Demons clenched his fists, becoming even more angry and indignant. In the blink of an eye, the news that the Lord of Chaos City captured the 3-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat, and made the 3 of them the gatekeeper demons of Chaos City, spread throughout the Chaos world, letting every demon god know about it. Especially the Order Camp and the Chaos Camp, this incident caused a huge shock to many demon gods. How terrible! After hearing the news, a god sighed with emotion. Although the behavior of the 3-eyed demon monkey, the Vajra demon pig, and the dark cat are very reckless, they are all demons who have mastered one avenue. Even the 3-eyed demon monkey has mastered 3. Dao, but now he was surrendered by the Lord of Chaos City with just 1 sentence. What kind of terrifying magical power is this? It is said that a demon god who was in Chaos City saw this scene. At the command of the Lord of Chaos City, chaos, time, and space froze, and the 3 demon gods were unable to move. A demon god said in a deep voice, "Although we have long known that the gap between us and the Chaos City Lord is still very big, we did not expect it to be so big. I really don't know what level of cultivation the Chaos City Lord has reached at this moment. There is a devil's way. I don't know. In short, we are not qualified to challenge the Chaos City Lord now. Fortunately, the Chaos City Lord is not interested in power. Otherwise, how would there be order and chaos in the chaos world?" A demon said bitterly, "No matter what order or chaos, only power is correct. It is precisely because the Lord of Chaos City has such invincible power that he is not interested in the so-called power because he himself is the strongest force, that is, the strongest power." There is a demon god who clenches his fists, his eyes are shining, and he worships the Lord of Chaos City extremely. Only such a demon god is qualified to stand at the peak of chaos. However, we still ask our demon gods not to go to Chaos City to cause trouble casually. If they offend the Lord of Chaos City, we may not be able to bear the consequences. Indeed, the current young demon is too arrogant and domineering and does not understand the terror of the ancient demon. It's not their fault, after all. They have never seen what a truly terrifying demon looks like. Haha, this is the so-called fearlessness of the ignorant, right? The more you know, the more you fear chaos. Many demon gods talked about it. After this incident, the name of the Lord of Chaos City spread throughout the chaos world, making every demon god re-recognize the reputation of the Lord of Chaos City, and no demon god dared to have any small thoughts. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 138. Chaos knows no years. Tens of thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the Chaos Demon God, this is just a way to take a nap. It is nothing at all. Furukawa was also practicing in the central dojo of Chaos City, carefully comprehending the laws of the Great Tao. At this moment, he suddenly had a whim and woke up from the state of seclusion. Such whims rarely occur, except for the last time he got the eternal clock. It has only come once, but every time it comes, it means that something earth-shattering is about to happen. After all, at his level of cultivation, there are very few things that are qualified to make him whim. This feeling? No way is Pengu about to be born. Furukawa was deducing the Chaos Bagua technique deep in the sea of consciousness. He suddenly felt that the line of cause and effect connecting him to Pangu had a huge vibration, and a strong aura came towards the depth of his sea of consciousness. That the originally empty line of cause and effect seems to have become solidified. Even the entire chaotic time and space and the long river of destiny are shaking slightly. It seems that a big figure is about to be conceived by the origin of chaos, which can cause such a tremor in time and space. Well, after such a long time, it is indeed time for him to be born. How could you not go and see such a grand occasion? Thinking of this, Furukawa immediately left the central dojo, and in a flash, he merged silently into the chaotic time and space. Vaguely, dense avenues emerged from the depths of the Typhon divine axe. The pattern of laws contains extremely terrifying sharp power, cutting through all time and space, cause and effect, life and death, and reincarnation. Whoosh! The next second, he moved, and the Typhon god axe in his hand struck Furukawa with one strike. Only I saw a terrifying black cold light coming towards me. It was extremely huge. This black cold light seemed to cut through millions of light years of chaotic time and space. All the chaotic air currents and the original laws of chaos could not withstand this axe. The chaotic airflow that had never been separated before was now forcibly separated under this axe. If a demon stood outside and saw this scene, he would definitely find that the chaotic space-time with a radius of millions of light years has been separated by this axe. It was cut open, split from the middle. It seemed that at this moment, the only thing left in the chaotic void was this black cold light, as if it was the light of the avenue, the trace left by the avenue in the chaotic void. So strong. Furukawa's pupils shrank. To be honest, this was the strongest blow he had ever seen since he was born. With one stroke of the axe, the chaotic world was completely separated. The sharp power in it could crush countless demons. If he had not attained enlightenment, it would probably be like this. The aftermath of a single axe was enough to shake him to ashes. This was the terrifying power of the demon god Pangu, a power that was enough to open up the world. The art of multiple causal barriers. Furukawa formed a seal with his hands, activating all the energy in his body.
Boom.
With just one breath, dense causal barriers appeared on his body. A total of 81 layers of causal barriers appeared. They were combined with each other and layered on top of each other to form a huge turtle shell. At this moment, his body seemed to be wrapped in a transparent turtle shell, and the defensive power inside was much more powerful than the ninefold causal barrier just now. No, it should not be considered a turtle shell, but an insurmountable wall of the law of cause and effect, blocking everything. This is also the strongest causal barrier technique that Furukawa can currently perform. 81 layers of causal barriers are stacked up, and the defensive power is simply terrifying and boundless, like the thickest fortress. If it were other demon gods, they would probably be too exhausted to break through the 81 layers of causal barriers, which would be enough to make countless demon gods sigh, so this can also be called the Wall of Sighs.
Boom.
Sooner or later, Pangu's Typhon axe struck down without mercy, hitting the 81-layer causal barrier created by Furukawa. There was a clicking sound, sparks flying, and terrifying divine power burst out, trying to completely smash the 81 layers of causal barriers into pieces. The sharp edge of the god-opening axe is so terrifying that it seems to be able to split everything in chaos into two halves. Rumble. In an instant, the wall of sighs formed by the 81 layers of causal barriers finally shattered, making a clicking sound like glass and shattering one after another. Even the 81-layer causal barrier that Furukawa exerted with all his strength was unable to withstand the most powerful blow of the Typhon divine axe. It was chopped into pieces by the axe, and it was impossible to bounce back such a sharp force. However, this wall of sighs is also effective. Blocked by the 81-layer of causal barrier, the power of the most powerful blow of this heaven-opening talisman is also exhausted. This powerful attack power and the powerful defensive power collided together, and they actually melted into each other, and the two huge chaotic energies collapsed at once. It can be said that this time the two sides collided in a draw. I finally broke your turtle shell. Panga grinned and looked happy. Yeah? It's my turn to attack too. Furukawa smiled slightly. What? Panga was a little confused immediately. His hair stood up, and he felt the crisis. Great flame technique. Great tribulation fire. Furukawa pointed lightly and cast the magical power, the great flame technique.
Boom.
In an instant, with Panga's body as the center, a huge sea of fire immediately emerged, covering millions of light years of chaos. Time and space are filled with terrible flames. But this is no longer the infinite calamity fire before. Since Furukawa was promoted to the realm of saints and mastered the 81 avenues, there is no doubt that he has no idea about the power of the magical powers. How many times has it been improved? The magical power of this flame has been upgraded from the immeasurable calamity fire to the level of the great calamity fire. And such flames are born from the great avenue of fire, and they contain the wrath of the great avenue, which is the heavenly spirit. The fire of punishment will burn for 5 years, and the gods and humans will decline. Even the immortal body of the devil will quickly melt and turn into ashes under the burning of the great tribulation fire. Countless great laws will be burned to collapse and fall apart. As long as it is, if there is even a trace of it, there is no way to escape or hide. This is the terror of the great tribulation fire, which contains the endless anger of the great avenue. It's a small skill. Watch me split it. Pangu roared angrily, holding the god's axe in his hand, wanting to split the infinite sea of fire with one strike. Even the chaos could be split, so what's the point of a mere sea of fire? He was not afraid of this so-called great tribulation fire at all. Great flood technique, great way to tribulate water. But at this moment, Furukawa lightly pointed his finger again and used the second magical power. This is a magical power created by the avenue of water. The previous magic was just to condense the unborn tribulation. Water. But at this moment, the power of this magical power has been raised to the terrifying level of the great tribulation water. This is the infinite tribulation water pouring out from the deepest part of the origin of chaos. It is like the tears of the origin of chaos, containing endless aura of destruction. It's like the end of the world is coming, and the flood submerges the world.
Wow.
Drops of black water from the great Tao tribulation poured out from the chaotic void. In an instant, the endless black water droplets gathered together and turned into a boundless black sea. It seems that in this black sea in the depths, densely packed terrifying evil spirits emerged, forming hundreds of millions of black skeleton arms, as if these skeleton arms had come to life. The boundless black sea formed by the great tribulation water suddenly submerged Pangu, and deep inside the sea water at this place, countless black skeleton arms are pulling Pangu's feet, trying to pull him into the deepest part of the abyss. If the great tribulation water completely submerges Pangu's body, then Pangu's body will be invaded by the great tribulation water, just like sulfuric acid. The second part of the body was corroded cleanly, leaving no trace left. In an instant, Pangu fell into 2 double attacks. He was submerged by the great tribulation water and burned by the great tribulation fire. Originally, these were 2 different great ways. However, under Furukawa's control, the 2 forces did not interfere with each other and attacked Pangu at the same time, trying to tear him apart. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 143. Open it for me. Feeling such a crisis, Pangu's expression did not change. He took out the treasure of chaos on his back, the earth-opening chisel, at once. This magic weapon is Pangu's companion magic weapon, and its lethality is known as the first in chaos. In later generations, when Pangu opened the sky, the 3,000 Tao heavenly demons forcibly blocked Pangu's creation without knowing the numbers. In anger, Pangu, the great god, wielded the earth-opening chisel to kill the 3,000 Tao heavenly demons, and the earth-opening chisel also absorbed all the soul essence and blood of the 3,000 Tao heavenly demons. Turned into the most deadly weapon of heaven, the 4 swords of Wuxia, and the corpse of the 3,000 Tao demons turned into the formation of Wuxia. The 4 swords combined with the formation can form the first killing array of heaven, the Wuxian sword formation. One can imagine this formation. The horror of the earth chisel.
Boom.
In an instant, he held the earth chisel and stabbed it hard at the chaotic void. Suddenly, the chaotic void shook, and it seemed that earth, wind, water, and fire were produced, and the void was cut open. The Daojia water and Daojia fire that immediately enveloped Pangu separated in all directions, as if the sea of fire was completely blasted away from the void. The surroundings are also filled with the ferocious aura of the earth chisel, as if everything will be blasted by the earth chisel. This is the purest destructive force. The treasure of chaos opens up the earth. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He is indeed the legendary treasure of chaos, the magic weapon that carved out the world in chaos. This lethality alone is enough to rule the roost in chaos. It can be said that Pangu has the chaos green lotus, and he has opened up a new world. The God's Axe, as well as the earth-opening chisel and other chaos treasures, can simply move sideways. Even if his cultivation level is weaker, no demon god can be his opponent. This guy's talent and luck are enough to make countless demon gods jealous. All kinds of things. But Furukawa did not stop, because he was also excited at this moment, because it is too difficult to find an equal opponent in the chaos. Besides Pangu, who else can withstand the attacks of his many magical powers? It can be said that this is a very good actual combat opponent, giving him the opportunity to experiment with the endless magic techniques he has created during this period. With another tap of his finger, he displayed the magical power technique, Senluo Wanxiang. This is the wood. The supreme wood spells bred by the avenue contain endless vitality of wood. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, with Pangu's body as the center, a group of people immediately appeared from everywhere in the chaotic void. There are green vines one after another, reaching billions of vines. These vines are intertwined with each other, covering hundreds of thousands of light years, as if forming a green cage composed of vines, which is like catching a turtle in an urn. Countless vines wave wildly, absorbing the energy of the origin of chaos from the chaotic void, endlessly, spreading out wisps of green light, turning into a green field. This is somewhat similar to the world field of the world tree, which has the ability to trap enemies. The supreme power of a world of its own. At the same time, there are silver thorns growing on these vines, which have strong defense-breaking capabilities. Even the body of the devil cannot resist it, and will be penetrated easily. Even these vines have the ability to devour. Yes, if there is a wound on the body, the vines will madly swallow the demon's blood flowing from the wound. If you are surrounded by these vines, you will fall into the mouths of these vines, and will be swallowed up. Kill! Pangu roared angrily, holding the god-opening axe in his left hand, and the ground-opening chisel in his right hand. He was simply blocking the gods and killing the gods, and the demons were blocking the demons. He was menacing and invincible. He shot out a series of terrifying cold lights with both hands. Wherever they went, all the vines were shaken to pieces. The power of the sky-opening god axe and the earth-opening chisel was really unparalleled. Even these extremely hard and extremely tough vines couldn't stop it for a moment. It's a pity. This is of no use. Because Furukawa casually, Pangu smashed billions of vines, and then billions of vines will regenerate, even growing faster than the speed of destruction. This is the horror of everything. This door, the magic, does not lie in how powerful it is, but it contains infinite vitality. No matter how many vines the enemy crushes, they will regenerate quickly. If the enemy is caught in the jungle, his power will be quickly exhausted. This it is the supreme wood magical power that traps and kills enemies. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, those shattered vines and the gap squirmed crazily, swallowing the original power of the chaotic void, and were reborn quickly. It was extending at a speed of 100 times the speed of light. With one breath, these destroyed vines grew back and returned to their original state. So at this moment, Pangu was caught in the dilemma of fighting countless vines, and could hardly break free from the dense forest, as if falling. It's like entering the hell of wood. But this is just the beginning. Catastrophic spell. Furukawa pointed again, displaying the supreme magical power bred from the Great Disaster Technique. The Great Disaster Technique. This magical power can trigger the endless power of disaster in the chaotic void. And these disaster powers will inflict it on the enemy, causing the enemy to die through countless disasters. Rumble. In an instant, in this vast and diverse field, the chaotic void cracked open everywhere, whistling, violent winds roared, and endless disaster storms blasted out. It seems that these powers of disaster have transformed into 18 kinds of weapons such as swords, transformed into tigers, leopards, bears, and other beasts, transformed into evil spirits and other evil spirits, and are heading towards Pengu. These powers of disaster are pouring out like a flood. Down. It's like the doomsday has come and destroyed everything, and countless calamities are coming. If an ordinary demon god encountered such a terrifying force of 3 disasters and 9 disasters, he would probably die in an instant, and his soul would be destroyed, which would not be able to stop him for even a second. Wisps of catastrophic energy spread all around, shattering the chaotic void and obliterating all matter. Chaos Qinglian. At this moment, Pengu circulated the magic power in his body and stepped on the chaos green lotus. Suddenly, a grand green lotus bloomed and enveloped his whole body. This huge chaos green lotus exuded a huge and thick aura of chaos. Constantly rotating, destroying everything, any material that is close to the chaos green lotus will be shattered to pieces. Even the 3 disasters, 9 disasters, all kinds of phenomena and other forces cannot break through the chaos green lotus's defense at all, as if it is in the supreme realm where all laws are inviolable and all laws are immortal. It seems that just by staying in the chaotic void, it forms an absolute realm and repels all power. He also said that I have a turtle shell. Brother Pengu, don't you also have a turtle shell? Furukawa suddenly laughed. Just allow you to have it, but I can't have it. If you have the guts, just break my chaos Qinglian and see. If I can break it, I will admit defeat. Pengu grinned. He was very thick-skinned and was not hit by Furukawa at all. On the contrary, he was extremely proud. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 144. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Furukawa and Pengu passed for 10,000 years. The 2 most powerful demon gods in chaos were fighting fiercely. Their battlefield was spread across the chaos area. Every time they collided, earth-shattering sounds erupted, shattering pieces of chaos, time, and space. Even though they had tried their best to avoid places where demon gods gathered, the fluctuations in the battle between the 2 sides were still known to the nearby demon gods, because such fluctuations in the avenue were too terrifying. Even the most mentally retarded demon gods cannot fail to notice it. They are frightened when they sense such fluctuations in battle, so they should always pay attention. Some powerful gods are even more vigilant and shocked. Who is it? Who is fighting, and why is it so terrifying? Many demon gods in the distance saw the battle between Pengu and Furukawa from a distance. They were all frightened, and their limbs were trembling, even though they were hundreds of thousands of light years apart. But they felt that as long as there was a trace of Tao fluctuation penetrating, they will all be shocked to death. What kind of battle fluctuations are there? It is already a disaster of chaos, got it? Chaos City Lord. One of the fighting demons is Chaos City Lord. There was a demon god with sharp eyes, and he immediately recognized that one of the demon gods was Furukawa, the Lord of Chaos City, and couldn't help shouting, Chaos City Lord? The most powerful demon god in chaos, the strongest person who created the method of demon god cultivation? Are you kidding me? There is no other demon in the world of chaos who can rival the Lord of Chaos City. When many demon gods heard such words, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. In their understanding, the Lord of Chaos City is basically the strongest demon god, and he is far ahead of the strongest. All other demon gods are better than the Lord of Chaos City. 1 level lower. Even the Lord of Light, the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of the Furnace, and other gods are far from being the opponents of the Chaos City Lord, but now there is another demon god who can compete with the Chaos City Lord. What an incredible thing! Take a look. The news spread quickly throughout the chaos world like a storm, making every chaos demon god aware of it. This was already the biggest news in the chaos world. Are you kidding me? A demon who can rival the Lord of Chaos City? What is its origin? How come it has never been seen or heard of? Who knows it? There are demon gods who are looking for information everywhere. They want to know the origin of the demon god who is fighting the Chaos City Lord. How terrifying it is to be able to fight the Chaos City Lord to such an extent. I don't know, I checked, and no demon god knows this Chaos Demon God, but this Chaos Demon God is extremely terrifying. He was born with the body of Tao, and he has 4 pieces of chaos treasures to protect his body. A demon god said in a deep voice, "Damn it, for pieces of chaos treasure body protection, why doesn't this bastard go to heaven? Is he still a demon? Where on earth did this bastard find so many chaos treasures?" Some gods' faces turned green, and they were filled with jealousy. They searched hard, but could not find a single chaos magical treasure. However, when they were born, they were given 4 chaos supreme treasures to protect their bodies. Everyone is a demon. Why is there such a huge gap? I don't know. This strange demon god is definitely a monster. He can actually fight the Lord of Chaos City to such an extent. But why are the 2 sides fighting? Is it to compete for some magic weapon? A demon asked in confusion. No, it's not to compete for the magic weapon. It's said that it's just to compete.
A demon god said,
"Your uncle, is this the end of the order? No matter how I look at it, it seems like I am really firing. A slight fluctuation in the avenue can knock us all to death." The faces of a group of demon gods turned green because the battle was so intense that it was actually called a contest. After all, is this still a demon god? It can only be said that a great magical power like the Lord of Chaos City is too terrifying. Even a casual attack cannot be resisted by us ordinary demon gods. A demon god was very helpless. Even if it's the aftermath of the battle, we can't get even close. In my opinion, in fact, the Lord of Chaos City did not use his full strength at all. Didn't you see that the Lord of Chaos City didn't even take out a chaos magic weapon during the battle? They are all with bare hands, but even so, they can match the Chaos Demon God who has 4 chaos treasures. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Some demon gods showed horror in their eyes, but they saw the unfathomable strength of the Chaos City Lord from the battle. As a demon god, who doesn't know how great the chaos treasure is in improving the demon god's combat power? Any chaos magical treasure, I am afraid that it can increase the combat effectiveness several times, not to mention the chaos treasure. It is impossible for an extremely powerful demon like the Chaos City Lord to not have the chaos treasure on his body, but even so, he still did not take it out and fought with bare hands. And when fighting, Yun the breeze is light, calm, and he can still fight to a draw with the powerful demon god who possesses 4 chaos treasures. From this point, we can see the terror of the Chaos City Lord. Is not this nonsensical? Who doesn't know that the Lord of Chaos City is superior in skills? After all, he is the most powerful demon god in chaos. Although the strange demon god is terrifying and has extraordinary strength, how can he compare with the Lord of Chaos City? Yes, even if you are holding 4 chaos treasures, you can fight the Chaos City Lord with bare hands to this extent, which is unprecedented in ancient times. Is not that right? If it were me, even if I had 10 or 8 chaos treasures, I would probably not be a single enemy of the Chaos City Lord and would be defeated instantly. Indeed, chaos magic weapons can indeed increase the strength of the demon god, but it is not an endless improvement. The most important thing is the strength of the demon god itself. I don't know what the origin of this demon god fighting against the Lord of Chaos City is. No matter what its origin, it is estimated that after this battle, it will definitely become famous in chaos. Many chaos demon gods were talking about it. They were watching the battle between Furukawa and Pango from a distance. Even the powerful gods were watching from a distance. They were all frightened and did not dare to get closer. But even so, no chaos demon god thought, leave because they also want to watch this earth-shattering decisive battle and gain huge benefits from it. After all, such a battle between top demon gods is rare. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Furukawa and Pango were fighting and colliding with each other. Every time they collided, terrifying battle fluctuations broke out, destroying an area tens of thousands of light years in an instant. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Furukawa was calm and calm. He used countless magical powers, each one more powerful than the other, and there were endless varieties. Pangu, on the other hand, did not use any tricks. He held the heaven-opening divine axe and the earth-opening chisel, and stepped on the chaos green lotus. He broke through all kinds of magic with one force and shattered all kinds of magical powers in Furukawa. One is the ultimate in law, and the other is the ultimate in power. Even in the past tens of thousands of years, the strength of both sides has not weakened by half. For the top demon gods, a mere 10,000 years is nothing. Even if they fight for hundreds of millions of years, the energy in their bodies will not be depleted. This is a protracted battle. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 145. Haha, fellow Taoist, it's useless. Your magical powers have no effect on me. Just admit defeat. Pango laughed loudly, holding the Kaitian divine axe, and with one stroke of the axe, he shattered Furukawa's magical power, as if any magical power would be completely shattered by this axe. It's no wonder that in later generations, 3,000 demon gods besieged him, all of them were slaughtered. This kind of unreasonableness and brute force that shattered all the spells was too terrifying. I'm afraid those demon gods were killed by Panga's axe before they knew what happened. And as the battle progressed, as time went on, Panga's amazing fighting talent was fully revealed. At the beginning, he was not very familiar with his own power and the use of chaos magic weapons. But as time went by, under the pressure of Furukawa, Pango, the use of combat skills has advanced by leaps and bounds, evolving from a martial arts rookie to the realm of martial arts master. At this moment, Pango is much stronger than he was 10,000 years ago. It seems that he is getting stronger with every breath. Such practice talents and fighting talents make countless demons jealous. Yeah? I don't think so. Power is powerful, but power can also reach things. When divine power is limited, don't you know this? Furukawa smiled slightly, calm, and was not shaken by Panga's words at all. Pangu in later generations was too superstitious about his own power and defeated all laws with one force, so when he opened the sky, he died and merged into the ancient world. In the world. This is because he was overconfident and completely underestimated the difficulty of opening the sky. As a result, he died. Moreover, in the 10,000 years of fighting Pangu, not only Pangu made great progress, Furukawa also made great progress. In order to compete with Pangu, he simply used what he had learned all his life. He continued to deduce the chaos bagua in the depths of the sea of consciousness and integrated the 81 great laws of his own body to create a total of 129,600 magical powers. Techniques. Every magical power and magic technique contains the most profound principles and is infinitely powerful. In fact, the power of such magical powers and magic techniques is extremely frightening and terrifying. Only Pango holding the sky-opening divine axe and earth-opening chisel can deal with it. When other demon gods faced one of these spells, they would probably die. Creating such magical powers also gave Furukawa a deeper understanding of the laws of the avenue, and he seemed to feel that he had some bottlenecks in understanding the laws of the avenue. Loose. Later generations of humans have an idiom called applying what they have learned. Merely learning it is nothing. Only by applying what you have learned can it be considered true mastery. And Furukawa has created so many magical powers. It is the effect of applying what he has learned, which also makes his combat power countless times stronger than it was 10,000 years ago. When the power of God is limited, they were extremely angry before, thinking that Pango was insulting himself by lowering his strength to fight him, but now it seems this is not meant to be insulting at all. On the contrary, it may be that they overestimate their strength. Thinking of this, they feel even more aggrieved. Why is there such a big gap between the devil and the devil? It is really unreasonable.
Zong zong boom.
The next time is when Pangu fights many demon gods. Even if he uses 1/10,000th of his power, he can easily defeat these demon gods, even if he is a demon god. And he only uses his bodies with brute force. These demons were knocked unconscious, and their heads were smashed. At this moment, Furukawa, who was in the central dojo, also perceived the scene with his spiritual consciousness. This guy. Furukawa shook his head helplessly. Pangu was just abusing the rookie. With his ability to control the 81 laws of the Great Road, even if he used 1/10,000th of his power, it would be like a father beating his son. The other party was completely not an opponent. But he can also feel that, even so, during such a battle, Pangu's strength is increasing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this is Pangu's unique training method. During the battle, understand the law of the origin of chaos. In fact, Pangu is the purest warrior. He is good at brute force and can defeat all kinds of magic with one force. He goes straight forward. He also has extremely high fighting talent and can break through in battle. This talent can be called a monster. Before, he stayed quietly in the Chaos Green Lotus, only comprehending the 3,000 great laws of the Jade Disc, which actually buried Pangu's talent in fighting. Pangu was not the kind of demon who could study hard. If you study quietly, your progress will be very slow, but if you fight, you can learn all the opponent's martial arts in an instant and understand many original laws. This is a bit like Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball world. His head is one muscle. If it is ordinary science as for knowledge, no matter how hard he tries, Sun Wukong cannot learn what it is. Only in combat, he can master it as soon as he talks about it, and he can understand it as soon as he fights. He can even break through in the battle and become stronger as he fights. The same principle is true. Pangu has a talent similar to Sun Wukong, and this talent is unique in chaos. So now Pangu is fighting many chaos demons, and he has learned too much from them, and his progress is faster than before. When staying in Chaos Qinglian, Furukawa is actually equivalent to a mage among the demon gods. He is good at using various magical powers and techniques and can achieve the effect of moving 1,000 pounds with skill. He and Pangu are two completely different types, gods and demons. So for Furukawa, the jade plate of creation on Pangu's body was of great help. The jade dish of good fortune. At this moment, Furukawa took out the jade dish of chaos magic weapon given to him by Pangu. It looked like a piece of cyan jade, round, and exuded a mysterious atmosphere.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, his god's consciousness immediately penetrated into the jade dish of creation, and he suddenly found that he seemed to have entered a void world of space, boundless. And in this void world, there seemed to be 3,000 stars shining. No, those were not stars, but they are the 3,000 Avenue stars condensed by the 3,000 Avenue laws in the jade dish of creation. Each of the Avenue stars exudes an unfathomable aura. When Furukawa's spiritual consciousness came close to one of the stars, he immediately sensed that there was a book inside the star. It was the Tao Sutra, which recorded all the information about this Tao. Indistinctly, 3,000 the Tao law scriptures all emitted light and resonated, containing endless information about the Tao law. It seemed to form a torrent that could almost drown the devil's consciousness in the sea. Is this the 3,000 avenues? Furukawa was amazed. He could sense the 3,000 Tao Sutras in the jade plate of creation. Each Tao Sutra represents a Tao in the origin of chaos. Although each Tao Sutra is difficult to understand, it fully describes the essence of the Great Road is like guiding oneself away forward, just like there is a light in front of the darkness. You must know that practice is actually groping in the darkness to find your own path. The question is, what is it like to groping in the darkness?
Difficult things.
I don't know the direction, I don't know how long the distance is, I don't even know where the end point is, and I don't know whether the path I am taking is right or wrong. You can imagine the difficulty in this.
Degree.
So the jade plate of creation is so precious. It simply cleared away the dark fog of spiritual practice and guided him on the path. I see. Furukawa suddenly understood and had an enlightenment. Through the deduction of the Chaos Bagua technique, he continuously scanned and reasoned about the Tao Sutras one after another, comprehended the original laws of the Tao in them, and tried to integrate them.